Welcome to the members of the public. Please turn off your mobile phones or turn them to silent. Members of the public, please note, photography or recording via any device is strictly prohibited at council meetings in accordance with council's code of meeting practice unless prior permission is granted by council. By attending this meeting, all persons consent to an audiovisual live webcast and recording for council's website. I remind councillors and staff that the Code of Conduct applies at this meeting and members of the public must adhere to the behavioural section in the Code of Meeting Practice. Public forum speakers must ensure that their address is not used to misrepresent, disrespect or release any personal information about another individual without their consent. Speakers must ensure that their address does not include any comments or information that may present a legal risk. Council accepts no liability for any damage that may result from disrespectful comments made by persons attending meetings. All liability will rest with the individual who made the comment. Toilets are located upstairs through the door on my left. Please note all of the exits. There are 2 exit signs in this room, and if we need to evacuate the room, people are to assemble in the marshalling area of the council car park located on the Commissioner Street side of the building. Today we have no councillors attending via audiovisual. All councillors are present in the room. We do have one apology, an application for leave of absence from Mayor Chris Hanna due to unavoidable work commitments. Do I have a mover? Councillor Davis and a seconder. Councillor Summers, all in favour. Councillor Summers, Councillor Higgins, Councillor Stewart, Councillor, it's unanimous. No, sorry, please again. Raise your hands in favour. Councillor Summers, Councillor Higgins, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Rose, Councillor Williamson, Councillor Rooney, Councillor Davis, Councillor Hopkins, all those against. We note Councillor Thaler as against. I now adjourn the meeting to enter public forum. Today we have 2 speakers for the public forum. Our first speaker, Mr. Bernie McDonald, please step up to the lectern. Mr. McDonald, you have 5 minutes to present. I will notify you when we have reached 30 seconds. Please let us know what you are talking on and whether you are for or against. Thank you.
Hello everyone. My name is Bernie McDonald. I'm talking against motion 11.9, review into the cost effectiveness of the visitor information centres. The main reason why I'm against the motion is the term review and to put forward a more proactive alternative if allowed. So I'd like to start with the alternative. So how can community and councillors and management can empower, encourage and engage staff to promote the Cooma and business visitor centres to be best they can be? For the past 10 years, they seem to be neglected. To empower the staff to upskill in tourism guidelines and regulations, apply for current grants available in relation to the tourism sector, encourage the staff to take on more responsibility in developing tourism in the community, engaged with the community to identify hotspots for tourism activities that have the potential to attract visitors, promote the Stone Monaro region through all available media avenues. With the demise of the economic development team, part of their portfolio was the development of tourism for the Stone Monaro region. The Cooma and Monaro visitor centres could add a tourism advisory service to the new and existing businesses who wish to operate in the Stone Monaro region. The Cooma and business centres could be renamed the Community Tourism Information and Development Centre. This ability to assist tourism businesses is something the National Park and Stone Hydro cannot do because they are not council assets. And referring to the word review. Review is a toxic word in the community at the moment. Precedents of the term review can be seen in the past reviews in the mobile library service, the economic development team, and the road safety officer. These essential services are no longer provided by the Monaro Regional Council. Do we need a review? Is the review going to lead to staff losses and other face-to-face service lost in the community? Here we go.
Thank you. Councillors, do you have any questions for Mr McDonald? Councillor Thaler?
Did you read the, in 11.9, did you read the background in your preparation for your presentation today, Mr McDonald?
Yes, it did.
And did you note the first sentence? Ensuring that the council invests in the most effective tourism support strategies is essential for maximising economic benefits in our region. Do you agree with that sentence?
Is this actually in the cost effectiveness for the actual information centres?
Would you like me to read that again?
Yes, please.
Ensuring that...
This is not an interrogation.
Madam Mayor,
Question.
no, I think the councillor can't interrogate.
Not interrogating, I'm asking a simple question.
Honestly,
Yeah.
councillor. I think he's just put a presentation and I don't believe that's fair on the presenters.
You're right, Councillor Stewart. People are entitled to speak at public forum as members of the public. They're not speaking as experts or arguing a case. Did you have any? Does any other council have any other questions for Mr.
Are you
McDonald?
cutting me off from my opportunity to actually put forward a relevant point?
At the moment, we're just asking questions of the public forum speaker.
I asked a question and I don't think he understood.
He
the
does not
question.
have to answer any questions that councillors put.
I asked if he would like me to repeat the sentence and he
Oh, there you
explicitly
go.
did.
Mr. McDonald, would you like to
Speed it up.
hear the question again?
I can give a reply.
Sure.
Yeah, well, so that you hear, I said, the first sentence in the background is ensuring that the council invests in the most effective tourism support strategies is essential for maximising economic benefits in our region. I asked you, do you agree with that sentence?
Well, I can't comment because I don't know how much council wants to invest in.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Our second speaker is Penelope Judge. Ms. Judge, would you like to step up to the lectern? You have 5 minutes to speak. I will ring the bell at 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Please let us know what you are talking on and whether you are for or against.
I'm speaking, it's terribly muffled. Do you realise that the sound down there is, you can hardly hear what people are saying?
Thanks, we'll look into that.
The motion is number 1110 and it's the one concerning the non-holding of council meetings at Bombala or Jindabyne. 10 years ago, 2015, the residents of Bombala LGA were informed of the intention to amalgamate their small council with the larger councils of Cooma and Snowy River. It was claimed then there had been extensive public consultation. There had not. In January 2016, a glossy booklet was provided to allow the public to access colour-coded charts and motherhood statements showing us how great amalgamation would be with an emphasis on savings and cost cuttings. In February 2016, the one and only public forum was held with the council boundary review team to allow locals to express their views and or make submissions. I spoke on behalf of the Delegate Progress Association and submitted a 6-page critique of the proposal. Many locals spoke against, one spoke for. There was never any acknowledgement of our concerns. On the 16th of May 2016, one day before an arranged local protest meeting in Bombala, the 3 councils were arbitrarily dismissed and a new amalgamated council placed into administration. I outline this background because the concerns we expressed then are now increasingly being realised. We felt then that the interests of the Bombala area, a small, economically disadvantaged area with a financially fit council, would be subsumed by the two average and above average economically situated councils, both deemed financially not fit. These definitions coming from SEIFA, SEIFA, Scores Social Economic Index for Areas, and KPMG, respectively. This motion to move all council meetings to Cooma is an example of the way that a smaller, poorer area could be treated like the poor relation, conveniently ignored. There is perception in Bombala, as the locals witness a steady reduction of the council presence, that this is a lack of interest and care. Taking away the once in 3 month councillor presence is just another iteration of this. The motion justifies the move on the grounds of cost cutting. Apparently it is too expensive to set up IT for a live stream broadcast from Bombala and Jindabyne. This analysis shows a very limited understanding of IT and an insulting view of the potential capacity of the Bombala office to cope with it. If more resources are needed to improve communication between Bombala, Cooma, Jindabyne and the region, then that is an area in need of more spending, not less. But is this again a case of making a smaller population and rate base a prime target for cost cutting? If so, such an approach is wrong and unjustifiable. Why? Because it is anti-democratic. Democracy means government by the demos, the people. At its conception, it relied heavily on the actual presence of those people, a place where their voice could be heard. The constant moving away from the public space, the commons, is moving people away from meaningful participation and engagement. As well as the constituents have a location where their voice and physical presence can be noted, there must be a place where the representatives seen and heard without the distancing of a screen. Be it the Bombala Council Chambers once every 3 months or the Agora in Athens, it's not a cost that should be cut. How many people live stream council? If they do, will they see locals speaking and standing up for them? If the meeting is 1.5 hours away, a distance not easily covered by many, and further disincented if a speaker cannot easily attend by Zoom, as I couldn't.
That's time, Penny. Can you quickly wrap up?
I only have a little bit more. We have witnessed this council made almost moribund by a small group of councillors spending an inordinate amount of meeting time with circumlocutionary points of order, endless often pointless motions, and even costly extraordinary meetings. The motion I am speaking against will probably not be raised and move on yet again to the next council meeting. That is the real chronic waste of time and energy, an expense we cannot afford. I strongly oppose this motion as yet another example of confected outrage about an isolated constituency wanting to be seen and heard by their elected councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Sorry, if you could just wait, there may be some questions. Do any councillors have questions?
I will
for Ms. Judge? Councillor Williamson?
I have a question.
Yes.
Now, our shire is about the size of Belgium. I know he has around 23,000 people in it. And a third of them don't live in Cooma, Jindabyne or Bombala. And I'm wondering what your thoughts might be to do the opposite of what is proposed, and that would be to bring democracy to the people. What would you feel about us running council meetings in the Bradford Town Hall or the Adaminaby or I don't know, God forbid, the poor forgotten people of the Bumbalong Valley?
I am very glad you brought that point up. When we had a Bombala council with our mayor, Bob Stewart, there was regular meetings held in the delegate country club for the delegate people, regular council meetings, because They had that perception that you must take the councillors to the people. And they cannot be separated and away.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Thaler?
Penny, I have several questions. You do realise that this council was not actually responsible for the merger and that we have no choice in the matter.
I realise that completely. I think what I'm saying about the whole way that the amalgamation happened was not with the complete understanding of the people, local people, or the council. How does that question relate to what I'm saying?
Well, I said I have several questions. You used a whole series of really large words. Certain councillors almost moribund, locutionary points of order.
So you don't know what they mean?
What you're saying in that regard?
Moribund means it can't move. Circumlocutionary means you go round and round and round, which is what you're doing right at the moment.
Right.
Yeah, any further questions?
Penny, you've also mentioned about democracy and you were quite fond of democracy. Is it true that you were ordered to stop handing out false information?
Sorry, Judge, you do not need to answer that question.
Cuts both ways.
No. Councillor Taylor, sorry. Questions need to be, everybody stop, please. Questions need to be in relation to what the member of the public who has taken her time to come and speak to us. And if you allow her some respect, you need to restrict your questioning to the topic on which she is speaking today.
And she's talking about democracy and bringing information.
She's actually talking about locations of ordinary meetings. Do you have any further questions?
Yes. Wouldn't you rather see some of the potential $15,000 to $20,000 of savings spent on actual improvements in Delegate and Bombala rather than on the IT setup, which is actually moving all of these microphones, speakers and cameras? Wouldn't you rather see some external benefit to the Shire rather than just the cost of moving all of this equipment for the meeting?
I think if you listened carefully to what I was saying, I said that if we need to have this sort of IT in Bombala and in Jindabyne to continue having a proper democratic presence, then surely the council could invest in being able to have this sort of thing there in those two centres. IT is not that impossible. It's not that big a deal. To set up a Zoom meeting or something in any place is not the big, huge expense that you're talking about, Andrew. And that was one of the points I made. Surely it would be a good idea to be able to spend a little bit of money in that way so that then the people of Bombala and of Jindabyne, but not just Bombala, Delegate, the whole area, would feel that they are being valued, so much so that we want to set up something not probably quite as big as this that's permanently there and could be used for other things as well. Isn't it funny? We could use stuff like this for all sorts of functions in Bombala or Delegate, or, well, not so much Delegate, or Jindabyne.
So, Ms. Judge, I guess the point that is made with the Chief Executive response to this motion is that it costs, and it says, in the range of 15,000 to 20,000 per annum for this stuff. And that means
this is
we
not
take
a
this stuff
debate
to
with
Bombala.
We're not debating this,
Yeah.
Councillor. We'll do that when we get to the notice of motion, I think.
I think I'm allowed.
The Penny Judge has come here and put a presentation of the community, what she believes right. We'll do the debating in the council meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Any further
Penny.
questions?
Thanks very much.
No, thank you very much, Penny and Mr. McDonald. Thank you very much for taking the time to come and speak to us today. I resume the meeting at 1:20. Firstly, do we have any disclosures of interest?
I'd like this man to be...
No disclosures of interest?
I'm not going to tolerate Donald Trump.
Secondly, so we
Excuse
have...
me, Chair. I'm not going to appreciate being labelled Donald Trump by a Labor member. sitting in the gallery here.
Councillor Valley, if you would like to take your seat and join the meeting rather than engaging with members of the public, then maybe that wouldn't occur.
I didn't engage.
We-
Chair, point of order. If you're going to ignore what I'm going to say, this is going to be a very difficult meeting. I went to the kitchen to diffuse the situation of hostility. I removed myself from the public forum, took my cup of tea. As I walked back in, Mr. Judge called me Donald Trump. That is not appropriate. It's not acceptable. He should leave the gallery because it is not appropriate. Are you going to make that decision or not?
I am not. That is not a point of order. Councillor Thaler, please take your seat. We will resume the meeting.
My point of order is
Disclosure
that
of-
you were falsely describing the situation. I did not engage with Mr.
Councillor
Judge.
Thaler, please take your seat. That is not a point of order. It is overruled. Disclosures, do we have any disclosures of interest today?
Yes.
Yes, Councillor Thaler, your disclosure of interest.
The same as they were in the last couple of meetings, 32 Wolf Street.
Please let us know the item number on the agenda.
I'm just looking. 11.5.
Is your is your
I'm a
conflict your
neighbour.
disclosure
I'm
pecuniary or non-pecuniary?
non-pecuniary because I'm a neighbour.
Would you declare this to be a significant or non-significant
Non-significant.
non-pecuniary interest?
Non-significant.
Non-significant. And how is this interest being managed, Councillor Thaler? For example, will you leave the room during the debate?
Not a significant interest, so there's no
So there's no
requirement
need
for
to.
me.
So no, I'm just asking how you will manage it.
We've never been asked that question
No.
prior to now.
That's right. You were at the training recently. It is appropriate to ask how it will be managed. And I will ask any councillor who has a disclosure of
I
interest
do not
how they will
propose,
manage the disclosure.
I am the mover of the motion, so I don't plan to leave.
So non-significant, non-pecuniary disclosure, and you will not be leaving the meeting. And you said you had other disclosures of interest?
11.6.
7.6, again, pecuniary or non-pecuniary,
Non,
non-significant, and how will you manage?
stay here and move the motion.
Okay, thank you. Any other disclosures of interest, councillor?
11.16.
Sorry, 11.16. Councillor Thaler again, pecuniary.
Non-significant,
non-significant, non-pecuniary.
I'll stay here and move the motion.
Thank you. Any further?
And 11, actually I'm going to sequence 11.11.
11,
Old Dry Plains Road.
yes. Same again.
Non-significant, non-pecuniary, I'll stay here for the
Thank you.
discussion.
No further disclosures?
Running through the list. No.
Councillor Rose.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I think just in relation to the previous comment, it may be good for you to make some sort of ruling in relation to this, because otherwise we're going to have disruption during the meeting. People can call out things like Donald Trump at a particular councillor as inappropriate. So it would just be good for you, I think, to rule that it was not appropriate.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, Councillor Rose and members of the public, you are correct. It was not actually a point of order, but members of the public are reminded that they are here purely to observe and are not permitted to, you will be asked to leave if you interrupt the meeting. Please do not interject the meeting and your comments are requested to be respectful to allow us to meet. You are correct, but it was not actually a point of order, but I appreciate the notion that the members of the public are reminded to keep their comments respectful. I'm sorry. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm sorry, please. Members of the public, please do not engage with councillors while we are in session. Any further disclosures of interest? Thank you. We're moving on to, what are we moving on to? Matters dealt with by exception. I understand there will be no matters dealt with by exception today. Moving on to 7.1, adoption of minutes from previous council meetings.
Can I just,
Yes.
we actually put up items to be considered by exception,
Yes.
but we actually haven't discussed that consideration in council, even though previously one councillor said that, we haven't said in the council meeting.
Correct.
We discussed it, but there's a councillor, and unfortunately, one councillor does not want to have it by exception. We must put on all councillors.
But we should actually say that in the.
Yeah, Councillor Davis, you are correct. Councillor Stewart, there is the opportunity to move items by exception, but if one councillor chooses not to do that, then all items will be discussed in the meeting today.
Chair, for the record, I am happy to be named as that councillor. I oppose discussing or passing any matters by exception.
Yep, that's fine, councillor Thaler. Your comments are noted. It was not necessary, but we do note it. Moving on to item 7.1, ordinary council meeting held on 20 March 2025. Do I have a mover to accept the minutes? Councillor Stewart.
We have problems with the minutes. Yes.
Right, I'll just get a seconder first and then we can move to discussion. Second. Okay, move councillor Stewart, seconded councillor Davis. Councillor Stewart, would you like to speak?
No, I'm right. With other councillors, not issues.
Okay. So is anybody speaking against or yes, councillor Rose?
Madam Deputy Mayor, there's some changes needed. Item 11.19 on page little 4 have been included. I think there's a section included incorrectly. I'll just explain. I've watched this section of the meeting a few times. Councillor Williamson started speaking at 1 hour and 51 minutes. Then there was a section that went through to about 2 hours 28 minutes. So it was quite an interesting series of discussion points, but it was confusing. There was a whole lot of things that were brought up. Councillor Davis brought an amendment that wasn't an amendment. Then the mayor put in place something he wanted to have a foreshadowed motion. The end result was that I think that it's incorrectly, there's been an incorrect claim of an act of disorder here that wasn't appropriately dealt with. And I think given the fact that we've already agreed and councillors have voted against any change, any minutes other than just the motions who voted for and against, that unless we go into quite a detailed discussion in this point, we just can't accept it the way it is. So I think the simplest thing is to remove the 2 paragraphs where it starts on page little 4, Councillor Davis claimed, and then Councillor Thaler claimed. Otherwise, we need to have a very extensive story that describes the material. So the simplest thing is just to take it out. Councillors voted against any full and complete minutes, against the actual act, the last minute, to my surprise, against what the act says, where we were required to have full and complete minutes. So this would be against any of our previous processes, and it's so confusing when you listen to the half hour that it would need a quite a significant change. So I think it's just simpler to take it out.
Thanks, councillor Rose. I will defer to the CEO in relation to whether that needs to be included or not.
Look, thanks, Madam Chair. From my experience, things like this are recorded in the minutes. The procedural matters are recorded in the minutes. My understanding in just conferring with Mr. Rawlings is that matters such as this have been recorded in the council meetings or the council minutes in the past. So from my perspective, I think it's appropriate that those comments in relation to claims of an act of disorder are correctly recorded in the minutes as they happen.
I appreciate it. I think the issue is that there's half an hour of material there. So to put this in, I think falsely indicates an issue that wasn't properly dealt with, and just to have it in here in the minutes is inappropriate. So I think it would be unwise for us to keep this in the minutes.
Thank you. Do we have a speaker for the motion? Yes.
Rather than speaking for and against, I have a criticism of the minutes.
You may have a question, or you may speak for or against.
Well,
which would you like to do?
The problem is...
No, Councillor Thaler, would you like to speak for the motion, or do you have a question? These are your options.
The object of minutes is to be accurate.
Please, so a question?
Excuse me, point of order, Chair. You can't badger. I'm going to raise a point of order. You can't badger me and direct that I speak for or against something. The minutes is where we agree to the factual record of our previous meeting, and I was indicated that there are some problems that I've identified in the accuracy of these minutes. To ask that I speak against or for is actually not, this is not really a motion. This is not really a procedural thing other than, are these minutes accurate? As Councillor Rose has highlighted, if you want me to wait and hope that someone else speaks for and wait for a turn for me to speak against, and then nobody does and you put the motion, I will be deprived of an opportunity to say the minutes are not accurate. So I don't think you're handling the checking of the minutes in an appropriate way. So I raise a point of order against you. How can I speak to the inaccuracies in the minutes?
Thank you, Councillor Thaler. There are two ways you can speak to the inaccuracies of the minutes. You had the opportunity to email since the business papers were released. You would have had the opportunity to ask questions or queries via email prior to this meeting if any clarifications were needed. If you have questions, you may ask a question, or as we are in debate, you are well aware of the process. We are in debate. You speak for the motion or you speak against the motion. We are currently debating the motion as to whether to accept the minutes of the 20 March meeting. That is where we are at. If I have no other speakers speaking for the motion, I am happy to allow you to speak against the motion before we put it to the vote. But right now, I'm asking for anybody who would like to speak for the motion to accept the minutes of 20 March. Councillor Rooney.
Well, to assist the meeting, I will speak for the minutes. Look, I think they're brief but accurate, and I think it's important that we have claims that have been acts of disorder committed in the meeting are recorded, and that's been the case. So I think the minutes should be endorsed as they are.
Thank you, Councillor Rooney. Do you have anybody who would like to speak against? Councillor Thaler.
I will speak against these minutes. First point is that I do not believe the history of this council involves any acts of disorder, Councillor Rennie. It says on page 4, in the top of the page, minutes of the ordinary council meeting of Snowy Monaro Regional Council held on Thursday, 17 April 2025. That's today. So that's wrong. So we need to highlight that and change that. And then in 11.19, it says, Councillor Davis claimed that Councillor Thaler committed an act of disorder. The chair ruled that an act of disordered, there's a typo, had occurred and asked Councillor Thaler to apologise and retracted the comments. That's inaccurate on the basis that it's the word spelt wrong, but I didn't retract the comments. I was asked to apologise to, quote, a staff member. And then I asked who, because we were talking in a theoretical sense of the conversation was trying to explain Councillor Rose's intent was around a theoretical staff member. And if I recall the conversation from memory as I am, I indicated that Councillor Rose was not suggesting that we employ a staff member or we direct a staff member, was that we direct a new staff member to take carriage of the matter. It was a theoretical. I was accused of committing an act of disorder by criticising a staff member. Problem is it was a theoretical staff member, and so I was asked to apologise to a staff member by the chair, and I guess facetiously I did actually apologise, quote, to a staff member. So these are inaccurate. Therefore, I also support Councillor Rose's contention that if they haven't been accurately recorded, they don't really probably deserve to be in the minutes because they are being used for an ulterior purpose. I thought, I was trying to get my head around it. I just think the dates that were being used in this are wrong because I think on page 1 of that same bunch, it says ordinary council meeting held in Bombala, 20th of March. Then the confirmation of the minutes, and then you turn over to the thing. I'm just starting to get a bit lost because it refers to 20th of February, closed session, 20th of February, and yet 4 talks about minutes of March. So I just think there's a structural error in the way that these are being compiled. I think they need to be reviewed. They might need to be actually pulled out, checked, and then resubmitted to us. I make no criticism of the staff for the typos because I'm the worst person in the world for typos, but structurally there are just too many problems for us to deal with this today.
Sorry, can I ask a
Thank
question?
you. Yes, Councillor Williamson.
What is the date the minutes are meant to reflect?
20 March.
20 March.
Thank you.
And so then this minutes of the 20th of March talks about 20th February, but when we go into it, we're talking about
That's
stuff
incorrect.
that...
Thank you.
So just would you like Councillor Stewart to add to this motion just to correct the typos on the on that page 4 and fixing the dates?
Look, through you, Madam Chair, we can go away and fix the typos, but if there's structural issues that councillors are identifying in the minutes, and I can't see those quickly here, It's always the option, as Councillor Thaler suggested, that you don't need to confirm these minutes at this meeting. If you think these require review, then you can not confirm the minutes of this meeting. We will review the structure of them and we can place them back on the agenda for confirmation at the main ordinary meeting. That is an option.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker for the motion? Councillor Davis?
Look, the minutes are in this pack because it was requested by councillors to put the minutes in the business papers. They've always been separate. I think the discussion today is actually indicating they should remain separate. However, if they want to be printed, they can be printed. It was much easier when they were separate because we actually knew well in advance because the minutes are printed, are actually published very early on in the month and we can all look at the minutes. So these minutes are in the business pack and they obviously don't fit well. So it's probably a good reason in all good faith of the staff putting the minutes into the business pack that they should remain separate. And I would suggest that the minutes are fine, but the putting them in the business pack probably doesn't work very well.
Thank you, Councillor.
Chair,
Yes.
if we go to page 2, I've just found another error. So sorry, page little 2 of the, and this is the problem, at the very top it says the minutes of the 17th of April, but it's actually the minutes of the 3rd of April.
That's right. As discussed, it was as they put it into the pack.
So go to little 2, it says at 01:14 p.m. Councillor Thaler left the meeting, at 01:15 p.m. Councillor Thaler returned to the meeting. From our training session, that is not actually the point. We determined that leaving the table is not counted as leaving the meeting. Leaving the room is, and I actually didn't leave the meeting. I actually said goodbye to my kids.
Is
I
there
never
a
left the
question?
room.
Okay,
So can that also be removed from the minutes because it's not accurate?
speaker.
Sorry, to clarify. Councillor Thaler, when you're referring to 17th of April on page 2, are you referring to the 17th of April in the second line on the page?
No, I'm actually referring to little 2, record I-25/190 is immediately below, and it's got at 1:14 p.m. Councillor Thaler left the meeting, at 1:15 Councillor Thaler.
No, I'm just talking about the date that you're referring to the 17th.
13th, this is meant to be the 3rd of April minutes. So this is the second bunch of minutes that's dated.
Yeah, you just referred to
This,
the
we're
17th
actually not
of April.
talking about the 3rd of April minutes.
We're
That's
not
item
moving that
7.2. So if we could,
When you're referring to the 17th of April, where on that page is the 17th of April that you're referring to is the question?
Up the top, above the bar.
That is the header for the business paper.
Yeah.
It's not part of the minutes.
Right.
That's for this one.
yeah. So speaker against. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Little things matter. Minutes matter. If they're wrong, we shouldn't pass them. We should bring them back as the CEO suggested we could. And I'm astounded that we would suggest that it's appropriate to move forward when they're quite clearly incorrect. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker for? Councillor Stewart, would you like a right of reply?
Mayor, I think we're drawing on a bit of a long bow here. I think, and I honestly always thought the minutes ago, I agree with Councillor Rose on one point, but look, these minutes, they are reflective mainly of what the resolutions of the council meeting were, just that there is an odd typo in there. And so, like I've seen a lot of minutes coming back from meetings over the years, and in all honesty, I think that can suffice with the typos being adjusted. And so that's why I'll support the minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. With that, I put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor Summers, Councillor Higgins, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Rooney, Councillor Davis, Councillor Hopkins. Those against? Councillor Rose, Councillor Williamson, Councillor Thaler. The motion is carried. Moving on to 7.2, extraordinary council meeting held on 3rd of April 2025. Do I have a mover for this motion? Move. Councillor Day, moving?
Before we go into that, I just wanted to raise a key point, Madam Deputy Mayor, which I think is that Councillor Davis suggested that part of the problem was including the minutes in our pack, which is an extraordinary claim. But there was agreement that we would do this. It's been the first time we've done it. One of the reasons we're actually looking at this is because the minutes are in our pack, and otherwise we live in a centre. So I just wouldn't want her comment to be seen as an indicative that there was a change required. I think we've agreed to that. We should continue.
Thank you, Councillor Rose. I will just correct you, your statement that had the minutes not been included in the pack, you would not have seen them, because previously, obviously, minutes have always been available just as a separate document. So I will just correct your statement.
Thank you.
Move Councillor Davis. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Higgins. Councillor Davis, would you like to speak to the motion?
No, thank you.
Do we have a speaker against? Yes, Councillor Thaler.
Page little 2. As I indicated before, at 1:14, Councillor Thaler left. At 1:15, Councillor Thaler returned. And then on page 3, at 1:36 and 1:37, we've learned in the training that leaving the table and staying within the room does not constitute leaving the meeting. So they need to be removed because they're no longer a factual record of what occurred. It did not leave the meeting. I think they might be argued at page 5, 2:41 p.m.
Excuse me, Councillor Thaler, just we're on different pages, I think. So
We're on little page 2 of the 3 April minutes.
yes. So are you on the second lot of minutes or
Yeah,
right?
second lot of minutes.
What page is it?
Little 2.
It'll get anywhere. Because we won't even get through the business. 17.
Yes. Thank you.
So yeah, it's on page little 2, page little 3, and potentially over on page. Summers and Stewart left the meeting. They might not really count as leaving the meeting now, knowing that.
Councillor Thaler, remember the minutes were taken prior to training. The CEO can make comment on that if you would like.
Yeah.
Thanks, Madam Chair. That's the comment I was going to make, that minutes in council meetings, there are local customs, there's local practices, there's local traditions in terms of how the minutes are put together. Up until that point of the training, and I wasn't part of your training last week, so the custom and practice up until this point has been that somebody leaving the table was recorded in that fashion, and that did happen, and it's recorded in the minutes. If the custom and practice going forward, based on your training that you've recently had, is that we don't do that anymore, then in the future we won't do that. But I think as it stands at the moment, under the custom and practice at the time, it's recorded what happened.
Thank you, CEO.
And in closing, go to page XV. It'll be the second last page of that group of minutes. It says in closing, the Mayor declared the meeting closed at 6:17 p.m. If you go to the recording, the Mayor did not close the meeting. I actually rose a motion of dissent because the Mayor did not actually close the meeting. So I think that needs to be changed. Either the minutes can be withdrawn, checked against the recording and corrected, but the Mayor did not close the meeting, and the audio recording very clearly shows that. So I take exception of that. That's not accurate.
Thank you, Councillor Thaler. Do you have anybody speaking for the motion? Councillor Rooney?
I think the minutes are brief and accurate. And as for Councillor Thaler's last point, the meeting did in fact close about then. So I think they should be approved as they are.
Thank you. Councillor Williamson?
Councillor Thaler has raised a number of concerns regarding the accuracy of the minutes. Have they been noted, and will they be addressed if we approve the minutes today, or if we approve the minutes today, in fact the inaccurate minutes, then the record of council?
From my understanding is most of the inaccuracies raised were in relation to people leaving the meeting and not leaving the meeting, which is why I asked the CEO to explain that at the time that the minutes were taken, that was the process. If we choose to change that moving forward, that's a decision that we can make. But as at that time and as of today, people will be recorded as leaving the meeting if they leave the table. And the other objection raised by Councillor Thaler was that the meeting did not in fact close at 6:17, which is a matter of conjecture.
Clarify. I couldn't attend the training that others went to. So is it in fact the standard that not leaving the room means you haven't left the meeting?
Again, this is something for discussion. The standard here in Monaro Regional Council is that if you leave the table, you leave the meeting. Now, that can be changed, but that is the current practice.
Sorry, so what was the point of the training then?
Well, suggestions of ways that that could
So
be
it's not a
improved.
standard, they're just suggestions.
That's right. Yes. So our council can adopt as whichever we choose, I guess. Currently, if you leave the table, you're considered to have left the meeting, which is why it's recorded that way.
Where that policy is defined?
So we might have to take that question on notice. It's not so much a policy as standard practice.
So it's kind of divided, I think, right?
Yes. Yeah. Now that and as anything is.
That's right. So
No further questions? Yeah. So where are we up to? Speaking again. So question.
Madam Deputy, you wisely voted for the idea of the motion last time to keep full and accurate minutes and to actually have a subcommittee. This shows, I think, just the problems we might have.
Is this a question or a comment, Councillor Rose?
No, it's a question because I think Councillor Williamson's point, when people come to look at this in
I kind of need a question.
The question is,
succinct question.
Are you happy that inaccurate minutes are being kept? So Councillor Thaler has indicated that there's an issue here about the last statement that the minute was it was moved by Mayor Hannah at 6:17. He says that wasn't on the recording. So it just seems the best practice to actually go and at least review that and see what happened at that time. So I think these questions that are raised very reasonably need to go back and look at the recordings, which is what we're told was going to actually be there for us to make sure that those things are correct.
Thank you, Councillor Rose. We can review that, but I think that I actually will take that as speaking against the motion rather than a question. Do we have a speaker for the motion? Councillor Davis, would you like your right of reply?
From my point of view, having attended the meeting, the minutes are correct as per our standard on the day that we actually had the meeting. If we choose to change the standard of which we have worked towards for a long time, then we can do that when we actually review our code of meeting practice. And until then, we have a set of minutes that reflect what was standard practice on the day. And from my point of view, the meeting closed at 6:17. It's recorded, and we just need to approve the minutes and move on.
Thank you. With that, I put the motion. All those in favour, item 7.2, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Summers, Councillor Higgins, Councillor Rooney, Councillor Davis, Councillor Hopkins. Those against, Councillor Rose, Councillor Williamson, Councillor Thaler. The motion is carried. Moving on to item 8.1, development application 10.2024.80.1, construction of 0.68 kilometres of shared use trail and road underpass. Do I have somebody who would like to move this motion? Councillor Davis.
Madam Chair, we've all got to vote on
We
that.
can do it.
Oh, sorry. Okay. My apologies. Oh, my apologies.
Oh, the confidential minutes, yeah.
Confidential.
Madam Mayor, I think we've all got to vote on that application, don't we?
Yep. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So 8.1. Councillor Davis has moved. 8.1 seconded. Councillor Elliott. Councillor Davis, would you like to speak to the motion?
Chair, just a quick question. Aren't these withdrawn?
8.1 and 8.2 are at the meeting today. 8.3 has been withdrawn.
Only 8.3 withdrawn.
Yes. Councillor Davis.
No, the report actually speaks very well for itself. The staff have done a great deal of work on this. And it's fantastic that it's been reviewed by Bega Valley Regional Council as an independent. It's really good.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker against the motion? Councillor Fowler?
I've got to get the chunks of paper. So for the shoppers at home, that's basically the DA that we've been given. There's 2 DAs in there, plus a bit extra. Some 1,000 pages, barely a week. I'll just touch briefly on Councillor Davis and her remarks that I just heard, saying that this was reviewed by Bega Council. It was reviewed by, I believe, Mark Fowler, the Planning Services Coordinator, and in carrying out the review, they had the DA, the draft consent, statement of environmental effects, Aboriginal heritage, biodiversity assessment, etc. Evidence of owner's consent from Snowy Monaro Regional Council and private landowner consent was not included with the documentation provided for peer review. It is recommended that written evidence be provided to demonstrate that landowners consent to the lodgement of the development application before determination is made. So Councillor Davis has actually potentially not read this herself and extolling the virtues of Bega Council reviewing our DA. If you actually read it, they are critical and we have missed some important steps, and I would encourage everybody not to pass this DA today. That's not to say no to the DA, but it's to defer the DA so that we could provide evidence of owner's consent. These are crucial things to any DA. Do you have owner's consent to do the work? We haven't done that step. The assessment report would benefit with some consideration of relevant SEP provisions applying to the 4 to 5 of section 4.15 assessment. That's another criticism. It is recommended that clauses 2.47 or 2.48 of the State Environment Planning Policy, Transport and Infrastructure, be addressed and to ensure no impacts of electricity infrastructure and notification to essential energy is not required. We haven't done that. It goes on. The proposal has some minor discrepancies with...
Excuse me, Councillor Hull, what page is this on this document?
1,198.
Thank you.
It goes on that the proposal has some minor discrepancies with LEP, Local Environment Plan, and DCP, Development Control Plan provisions, where evidence of consideration of why certain provisions may or may not apply in the locality of Jindabyne is recommended. This will help fortify the 4.15 report. So I take exception with Councillor Davis saying that it's a fantastic report. It actually has...
Point of order. I did not say that. I said it was good to see it being peer reviewed by Bega Valley Regional Council, which is what I said.
I'm actually going to overrule that and allow Councillor Fowler to continue.
Thank you. I would encourage Council to also recall that when we previously debated a bike track construction in Jindabyne, we talked about biodiversity offsets and we spent some hours. If you look in here, it talks about the various species credits and fauna credits that we need to pay for. I don't see any evidence of where they've been costed, and we haven't still actually worked out what the market appetite or the supply point for these biodiversity credits is. There are a range of questions that remain. I don't stand here to speak against the proposal or this development. I did ask at the time we passed the last one. This was a 3-step, 3 DAs. We've already passed one. These are the 2 other components of some circa $12 million worth of work. I don't stand here to stop the work, but these are core issues that have been highlighted by our peer reviewer. We haven't attended to them. I believe it would be appropriate to defer this. It would allow council time to maybe even have a workshop. I note that the second DA that's been withdrawn of a similar volume and consideration has been withdrawn today because there were some parts missing from it. It would make sense to just delay this by 1 month, bring it back to the next ordinary meeting. We might be able to have a workshop on this with the staff, clarify biodiversity credits, prove owner's consent, prove that there's no interruption to electricity, and sort out the discrepancies in the local environment plan, DCP. I only had very limited time. I read this in quite some speed while I had breakfast on Tuesday morning. That's how exciting my life is. And that's what I came up
Have a
with
long breakfast, right?
just over the breakfast.
Thanks.
I would like a little bit more time to actually get to the bottom of this and double check our homework. I remind everybody, this is our own DA that we have submitted to ourselves that we have never seen until now. And I highlighted this last time. Don't think it's appropriate. We might have intercepted some of these problems and avoided it. Thank you.
Councillor Fallon, speaking against the motion, are you foreshadowing an alternate motion?
Do you need to foreshadow a motion to defer, or can we
Yes,
actually?
you must. If you speak against the motion and the motion is lost, then that's the end of it. So
Well, I'll
I
foreshadow.
would like to suggest you might like to foreshadow a motion.
Thank you. I'll foreshadow.
Yes, could we get the planning person to speak for the thing and to raise, it shows what the concerns are of if council sales points of view are concerned, if the planning people can give us an address on why they believe that it's all right to go ahead with it.
And sorry, to assist, it was, for everybody, was page 1198, which is the, I think it's the second block of attachments to the report, and it's not my concerns, these are the concerns.
Yeah,
that-
I think that's
I'd like to hear from Smith, please.
you might like to step up to a. Yeah. Oh, I see.
Because I think they've raised it.
The relevant report from Meager Valley on this DA is found on page 311, 381. I think Councillor Fowler is referring to
the second DA.
If I can take you to the report, and on my hard copy, I'm looking at page.
I probably have attacked the wrong DA because I made notes for both at the same time.
You may have.
Yeah. No, it says the same thing. At page 382, evidence of owner's consent from council was not included. It would benefit with some consideration.
Councillor Fallon, if
Mr. Smith. Continue. So on page 18 of your papers, which is referring to this DA, not the one that was asked to be deferred, paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4 says the application has been referred to the Meager Valley Shire Council for peer review. Minor items identified in the peer review have been addressed. The evidence of ownership was provided and is in council's records. The comments about the SEP biodiversity resource and energy transport and infrastructure are addressed on page 30 of this report. So once we got the Meager Valley peer review, we adjusted the report to reflect their concerns. So we've covered those off. But yeah, this one is a different DA to the one that you were referring to.
Question then, and just, sorry, Chair, but page 30 is an index. There's no information on page 30. And page 382 is actually the same. I was right. It's the same. It's a letter from same one, and it's talking about the 0.68 kilometres of shared trail use and underpass, and it says evidence of owner's consent's missing. It would benefit with some consideration. I couldn't find those things. With respect, Mr. Smith, I couldn't find those things highlighted in the report. I think it's still worth extra time. The two peer reviews effectively speak the same criticism, and so I think the issue still stands.
And Madam Chair, on page 30 there are 4 separate headings under a bold heading, State Environmental Planning Policy, that address SEP resilience and hazards, which was raised by Meager Valley peer review.
Sorry,
SEP resources and energy.
Page 30 is an index.
The page
So
30 is the
page 30
business
of the
paper.
report of the business paper.
Yeah. Well, that's the original business paper.
The business paper. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Councillor Stewart, did you have any further questions for Mr. Smith?
No, I just think that, you know, I'm quite comfortable with the reply from our planning people, I think.
So the point of the peer review, and it was raised with the previous one, and it's a good process to go through.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So On receipt of the peer review, the first thing we do is look through and say, okay, have we missed anything? Is there any game changes here? Are there any showstoppers? Have we missed a piece of information that should be included? Yes, we had. And they pointed out. And in some of these, while the SEP should have been referred to, it was actually of no consequence. But yes, it has been included for your information in the report.
Cleared my position up on it. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have a speaker for the
Just a
motion?
clarification before Mr. Smith leaves.
Yes.
Which is
Sorry.
is the correspondence that relates to the fact that we've got consent from the owners of land and those things have been taken care of.
We can't actually make the application, can't lodge the development application through the New South Wales planning portal without
those
the owner's
documents.
consent for the land.
Right.
Where is
So what happened with the criticism then? Because I see he finally, the reviewer goes on to say, in essence, this is a sound application, but he highlighted that issue, which must not have been there in some way.
So the issue was, we didn't send Bega a copy of the form that had the owner's consent on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker, thank you. Speaker four? Any speaker?
I'll speak for
Paul,
it,
Councillor Rooney?
Madam Deputy Mayor. Look, councillors, can I just point out, we're approving an underpass, a pedestrian underpass, not the second Sydney airport.
Point of order.
We've got 1,000 pages here. That's
Sorry,
easy.
Councillor Rooney, yes. Councillor Taylor, your point of order?
We're approving a mountain bike track that uses a underpass. It's not a pedestrian underpass, it's for mountain bikes. So I don't think Councillor Rooney actually appreciates what the development is actually
Not
about.
actually a point of order. Overall, Councillor Rooney, you are able to continue.
It's a
Thank you.
shared trail, Councillor Taylor, so it's good for pedestrians and cyclists. Now, look, we've got 1,000-page development application. We've had it peer reviewed by another council. That's good enough for me. We could nitpick at this for another month, but I don't think there's any value in doing that. I think there's value in getting on with this project. I'm very much in favour of improving our shared trails around Lake Jindabyne. I think they're a significant recreational facility for locals and tourism attraction for visitors. And this will improve the amenity of people who use that trail and the safety as well. So I'd rather that we approve this now rather than in a month's time, so that work can commence and we can give some assurance to the people of Jindabyne that we take their needs seriously and we do want to improve Jindabyne as a place to live and as a place for tourists from the rest of New South Wales to visit. So this is a win-win for tourists and also for residents. And I urge councillors to put aside their minor objections to minor omissions or perceived omissions in the DA and give this our approval.
Thank you, Councillor Rooney. Speaker,
Question, Chair.
question?
It's a question to anybody who can answer it. What is the expected expense of satisfying the biodiversity offsets credits?
And my understanding is that's not relevant to this DA, CEO?
That's correct.
So not relevant to the DA, which we're approving now, not the project. We're talking about the development application only today.
And as councillors, are we not obligated to have an understanding of what these projects will likely cost ratepayers? We stand here on their behalf. So what is the cost of this proposed DA?
As the body approving the DA, this is our job today is to determine compliance or otherwise of this development application.
And what is the likely cost of this DA?
It's not relevant
But it's our
to the
DA.
compliance. That's right, but it's not relevant. The validity and cost of the project is not being debated today. What we are determining today is whether this development application should be approved or not in terms of compliance.
Closing question, do we actually know what it will cost? Well, you might say it's
Again,
irrelevant.
Councillor Fowler, I am actually going to say the same again. It is not relevant. It is not the topic of debate today.
Take that question on notice.
Happy to take it on notice. Thank you, CEO.
Yes.
Councillor Davis, would you like a right of reply? Thank you.
this project has been in the pipeline for a very long time. We just need to move on it. We are approving a DA. And as I said in my opening remarks, it's good to see that's being peer reviewed. And a peer review is about actually highlighting whether we have done an appropriate job on the DA assessment. And it actually has highlighted some small errors which have been allowed to be corrected. And it's good to know that we are prepared to have our good work actually oversighted by another council, which is an excellent process. So I don't see any reason why this DA cannot be approved. We need to move forward. The funding's been there for a very long time, and we just need to actually get on with the project. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Summers, Councillor Higgins, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Rose, Councillor Rooney, Councillor Davis, Councillor Hopkins. Those against? Councillor Thaler. Councillor Williamson is absent and therefore voting against.
No, he's absolutely.
Absent. Thank you. So in any case, the motion is carried. Moving on to 8.2, development application 10.2024.294.1, change of use shed to dwelling with 4.6 variation over 10%. Do I have a mover for this motion? Councillor Elliott, seconder. Councillor Rose. Councillor Elliott, would you like to speak to the motion?
I think we went through it very well in the briefing by Mr. Smith. I don't think there's any need to go over it. I was happy with the way he highlighted the fact that this doesn't set a precedent, and it should be approved. That's really all I need to say.
Thank you very much. Speaker against.
I'm not against, but I'm not. I do believe that it is a little bit concerning how this whole process has gone through, and it hasn't met the original LEP standards. But I will support it. But I only hope we look after people in other areas as well as this has been looked after in the future if their development doesn't meet the LEP that's set down. And I think we're setting a bit of the precedent, although I'm very confident in how the planning department's take on it. But it does seem a back way about getting a approval that didn't meet the LEP standard, and that's my biggest concern about this. And councils in the future, I hope if there's other people that are in this same predicament or go in the same path, that you support them the same way.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. So we'll consider that against. Another speaker for the motion, Councillor Rose.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. I think this is simply summed up in the conclusion, and I just read it out so it's on the record. It is considered the proposed development generally complies with the relevant provisions of Section 4.15 of the Act, LEP, DCP's Codes and Policies. So it says here, in conclusion, the proposal is generally aesthetically, economically, socially and environmentally acceptable. I think there's quite a bit of detail, and I can understand why there's been some issues around this, but I think it's, in the end result, is quite a simple decision. So I thank the staff for the work that they've done in assessing this, and I think this is a simple story for us to approve.
Thank you. Do we have a speaker against? Councillor Elliott, would you like a right of reply?
I agree with what Councillor Stewart said, that other people have had these sort of DAs put in and haven't followed them through. Should note what Mr. Smith told us in the briefing, that the applicants invested the time and money to make this happen. They also surrendered their previous consent. Otherwise, I note it for approval.
Thank you. With that, I put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor Summers, Higgins, Elliott, Rose, Williamson, Rooney, Hopkins. All those against? Councillor Stewart and Councillor Davis. The motion is carried. Moving
It's not
on,
finished.
just for clarity, item 8.3 has been withdrawn from the business papers today. Moving on to item 9.1.1, Jindabyne Landfill Project Update. Do I have a move of this motion? Councillor Davis, seconder. Councillor Elliott. Councillor Davis, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, look, I have to congratulate council on pulling together this project report. The landfill, whilst it's no longer operational, the waste management services that the changes in that service have actually met the need very, very well. And it's actually very, very pleasing to note the increase in recyclables that have been noted at Jindabyne. Which are no longer going into landfill, which is just fantastic. So the staff have worked on very hard on this, and the project's going very well, and I look forward to the next report.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker against? Councillor Thaler?
I speak against it again, not as a critic of Jindabyne, but as a critic of the council and our handling of this. We provided a front-page newspaper news story with one of our staff, and the headline was Jindabyne landfill is not closed, from memory. That's what the statement said. And yet the Jindabyne landfill is closed. And while some may argue that it's semantics, the simple salient fact is the Jindabyne landfill is closed. We cannot put rubbish into the ground at Jindabyne. And I think it's highly disingenuous of this council to pretend that the landfill at Jindabyne is open. The facility is open. There was a tour arranged for a very short period of time last Friday. I was away and unable to attend. I went on Sunday. I drove to Jindabyne and I went and had a good look around. I have some concerns and I want to use this opportunity to highlight some of them. There is a complete lack of signage at the site. There's a complete lack of direction to understand where you need to go. Happy for the General Manager to take these on notice. The new weighbridge is still under commission, and whilst there were road barriers, there was no indication of where to actually go. Having never been there before, we found it quite strange that we just had to keep driving around up tracks until we sort of found the various elements. I think that we owe it to the community to have a better look at how that facility as a transfer station, even as an interim transfer station, is currently operating. I noticed when I went up to what we call the sawtooth structure, where there are a range of big skips that we tuck the rubbish in, if one car was parked unloading the rubbish, as was the case, nobody could get past, and we ended up having to reverse and do a U-turn and drive backwards around the system because there is only room between the hill and the edge of the sawtooth structure for one vehicle to park. So if we're going to have a higher intensity of use as a transfer station, we need to actually look at the OH&S and operational, and I noted the director's nodding, thank you. I said I'm here to be a little bit critical, but structurally critical. We need to do a bit better. It was unforeseen that the landfill will close. We are impacting the community. The commercial operators are all being directed to go to Cooma now, a 70-kilometre trip each way. That has resulted in a significant cost increase per bin or skip of rubbish. I think we owe it to the community to try to find a better way, find a better middle ground. To that end, I hope we are trying to liaise with the EPA to see if we can maybe recover some opportunity and some use. It'd be nice to see us provide a business as usual facility where commercial operators can drop their rubbish off in Jindabyne and we can then crush it and transfer it. That's certainly my recommended approach. But in the interim, I did travel down. I missed the council organised trip. I did travel down of my own accord. Having been in the waste industry for 30 years, I'm happy to also off record provide my feedback to the staff. I think that the system as it presently is well below safe, well below reasonable, right? And we should actually be looking at this from two perspectives. One, what is going to be the longer term solution, but in the immediate term, let's get that weighbridge fixed as a priority. let's put some signs up there that help people know where to go. And let's make sure that when they're driving around, they're not driving over old metal or Rio bar sticking out of the ground, which I also found. Just let's attend to the OH&S at the site and show the community that whilst we took our eye off the ball a bit, we are actually keeping an eye out for them. So that's where I actually speak against to note these issues.
Thank you, Councillor Thaler. Happy for you to email your comments regarding safety and other issues directly to the CEO so that they can be addressed. Councillor Williamson?
Thank you. I'd like to amend the motion, if I could, to do as Councillor Fowler just suggested, that council does take urgent action.
Yeah, just one moment, we'll get the wording. Yeah. So the suggested amended motion will be that council note the Jindabyne landfill project update report and take urgent action to.
Well, I think we could go number one, note that council one note.
Yeah, he probably put note in the number one.
Number two, take urgent action to address safety concerns at the site. Should always take urgent action to address safety concerns. Two, address the situation regarding the non-functional weighbridge. So 2, 3. And number 4, commence work as a priority on reviewing our draft waste management strategy. And if you like,
It's no longer its
I'd be
draft,
happy to
just
talk to my revised motion.
Yep.
If it's accepted.
It may be accepted by the original mover. Is it a draft strategy?
To adopt,
An actual
Adopted
yeah.
it would be a draft.
Yeah.
We would come back with.
Sure.
Yeah. Councillor Davis, would you be happy to accept the changes?
Look, I'm happy to accept the changes. However, if more councillors had attended the tour last Friday, they would have found that signage, the weighbridge, the operation of the tip, and work health and safety were all key items discussed at the meeting, and Councillor Rose was at the we were given a very comprehensive tour and also highlighted all the issues. So I don't have an issue with the motion, but it's already in hand.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. So in short, you're accepting the changes and we don't need to debate as a second, but an amendment.
So yes.
Short answer is yes. So the amended motion now is the motion. Where are we at?
Rule
Speaker
10.2,
four.
I'd like to speak for it. Now that it's been changed, you're allowed to speak to a change.
No, as you're aware, we're not actually speaking to an amendment. This is the original motion has been accepted by the original mover, so it doesn't change.
Sorry.
If we were debating this as an amendment, as a separate amendment, you're absolutely right. Then it starts again, and you can speak for it. But we're actually the suggested changes have been accepted by the original mover, so we're still on the original motion, even though it's amended.
So what if you disagree with the amended motion that you formally agreed with?
Then
I may
you can
assist
speak
you.
against.
It's simple than that. Rule 10.21 Code of Meeting Practice, a councillor other than the mover of an original motion has the right to speak once on the motion, which I have, and once on each amendment to
That's
it.
right, but this is not an amendment which we are debating. This is the motion as it stands now. I'm happy to assist you with explaining. If Councillor Davis had not accepted the suggested changes, it would have been an amendment put forward by Councillor Williamson, which we would be debating, and you're correct. You would have had the opportunity to speak to each amendment. But because Councillor Davis has accepted it, in order to expedite matters, we are still, this is the motion as it stands. So, do we have a speaker for the motion? Councillor Elliott.
This is probably noting, but if I could, for the record, note that the General Manager advised us during the briefings that after we've received the geotechnical report, that he will call as soon as possible the community engagement group, which will include the public, commercial waste users, and I'd strongly recommend people like Councillor Thaler be included as well.
Noted.
Thank you.
Speaker against?
Make sure it's there.
Speaker against. Sorry, Councillor Rennie.
A question for the CEO, if I may, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Does the amended motion have any adverse consequences, any implications for Council's existing work program that we're not aware of? Can you sort of advise us on that, please?
Through you, Madam Chair. In relation to 1, 2 and 3, no. I'm not in a position to comment in relation to 4 at this point in bringing forward the review of the waste management strategy. As we discussed in the briefing this morning, there is an existing resolution in relation to reviewing the strategy. In the absence of seeing that since the discussion this morning, I'm not sure of the timing of that, when that was due for review. So there would be some resourcing reallocation required to bring that forward if that's to be dealt with as a priority matter. But I can't comment on what that impact would be at this point in time.
Do you anticipate you would have the resources to accommodate this new priority if the motion was passed?
Not between now and the end of the financial year, which is only a couple of months away. So we would be moving this into the 25-26 operational plan.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. In that case, can I suggest another amendment to Councillor Davies that the word commence work as a priority somehow reflect the fact that the work would need to happen in the next financial year, not this financial year, given the resource constraints that Council are facing.
I have no issue with that.
In the 25-26 operational plan.
Councillor Williams, and I presume that that's still in line with your original suggestion.
Provided you put in early in the operational plan.
But it's mentioned priority, so that would suggest one would assume
I'm happy
early.
with that. Let's go with it.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Deputy Chair, just a couple of points of clarification. Firstly, the issue about the community engagement group, which is obviously a key point, does that need to be included in this motion, or is that in place?
I will defer to the CEO that at this stage what we're doing is noting the report and addressing safety concerns and looking at our strategy, which will, I would imagine, then lead into the community engagement group. At this stage, there's no community to engage because there's no discussion to be had. CEO?
Through you, Madam Chair, the community engagement group at this point as proposed is in relation to the Jindabyne waste facility and the options in relation to that, in regard to that. The community engagement group is not earmarked at this point in time for the review of the waste management strategy. That would be a separate exercise, and there would be a whole extensive community engagement strategy attached to the review of a long-term waste management strategy. So what we're talking about here is a users group. It's a community reference group involving councillors, commercial operators, local community members, staff, and we would establish that as soon as possible. It's already in plan through the work of the corporate projects team running this project to establish that group as soon as possible. What we discussed in the briefing this morning, as Councillor Elliott alluded to, was the timing of that. My suggestion was that because we're out at the moment for doing that geotech work on what's now the capped landfill site itself, then it would be best to wait, if it's only a few weeks, for the results of that geotech to come back, that after we've got that would be the best time to establish that group, because we would have more information to be able to share and seek feedback on in terms of the option, particularly of establishing the medium to long-term transfer station on that capped landfill site.
I understand.
That's where it's up to.
Unfortunately, I don't think you were able to make it for that meeting as well, but I think the story was very clear. But I suppose
Councillor Rose, where are we going? Question,
no,
speaking
it's
for
sort
or
of,
against?
it's sort of just a supplementary point. It might aid.
Not too sure that can be code of meeting practice, but we will allow it.
I think aid the community. That is, Mr. Dunshire, I think what's lacking here is just a simple timetable on this is when the geotech report is finished. This is when the community group will be established. This is when we're going to do this. This is when we're going to do that. That would satisfy a lot of issues for the community that just saw a timetable in place. So,
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm happy to have that included in the ongoing monthly reports going forward.
Thank you.
The timetable. Yep.
Thank you. With that, any other speakers? I don't know if we're for or against at this stage.
Can I just invite you to one other issue and just ask for advice from the interim CEO? That is that we've got 4 areas of high risk that haven't been addressed. Financial sustainability, legislative governance, reputation and image, and service delivery. It's just a concern from a governance point of view, having areas of high risk noted that haven't got any risk mitigation strategies or whatever is proposed to deal with those high risk areas. So perhaps that can be considered as well.
CEO?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, if I'm looking at the table on page 110 of your agenda, that the current risk identifies those, but there are expected risk and whether those risks are within accepted standards. And the response to those is that the revised risk based on strategies in place is low, and whether that's acceptable, the answer is yes.
But there's no detail that gives us, we've got a high risk area of the current risk, and then within accepted standards is yes. So I just think, I suppose it brings to a larger point about our risk assessment tables that come in these papers. If there's a high risk area and it's then said that the expected risk is low and it's within accepted standards, then it's a bit confusing. So I just would have been more comfortable just to see that those risks have been addressed specifically in paper, and perhaps that could be done next time.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, can I just ask, would that be an expectation for all reports coming to council that have that table in it? That would be a significant amount of work.
Look, I understand. I suppose
just this one.
No, I suppose particularly because of this issue with the tip as being such a high profile issue.
Okay. Yep.
I think it is specific for this one in this particular case.
Right. Thank you for that clarification.
But probably a broader issue we need to discuss as a council at some stage is this risk analysis story, because I think it is a sort of a sleeper for us that could be a problem down the track.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Rose. Any further speakers for or against this motion? Councillor Davis, would you like a right of reply?
Thank you. Many issues have been brought up in regard to the Jiddabine landfill and then the waste management strategy of the current waste service. So at the tour that we did Friday week ago, it was the issue of signage was actually brought up, and that is currently being developed. It's my understanding from the briefing. The Way Bridge is currently having a lot of work done on it, and it should be operational soon. And the operation of the tip is actually undergoing major restructuring. Work health and safety was also brought up, and the options around how the waste transfer station is going to be, where it will operate from, and what it will consist of was also discussed with a number of options, 4 options, when we were doing the tour. Commercial operators can actually drop off 1 cubic metre of commercial waste. One of the things that was noted from the staff is that the number of recyclable components of waste that's coming into the transfer station has actually increased many-fold. So that is absolutely fantastic, because that means less goes into landfill. In light of the fact that the staff have undertaken these processes in a very short period of time, and that the projects team are actually doing a strategy within a strategy for Jiddabine, they will actually have a really good program to come forward with. And I have to commend the project officer for doing this work and his work with the team. It's actually moving forward very, very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor Summers, Councillor Higgins, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Rose, Councillor Williamson, Councillor Rooney, Councillor Fayler, Councillor Davis, Councillor Hopkins. Those against? Councillor Stewart. The motion is carried.
I was just happy with that.
Moving on to 9.2 Finance, item 9.2.1, the monthly funds management report for March 2025. Do I have a mover of the officer's recommendation?
Move.
Councillor Davis, seconder. Councillor Summers. Councillor Davis, would you like to speak to the
No, the
motion?
report speaks for itself.
Do we have a speaker against the motion?
Okay. Question.
Councillor Williamson.
What's our unrestricted cash balance?
It's in the document.
Really?
Oh, no, so it was in the PIO report, wasn't it?
It was, as at the end of March, it was $6.195 million.
Never much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any speaker for or against? With that, I guess no right of reply, Councillor Davis. With that, I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Summers, Higgins, Stewart, Elliott, Rose, Rooney, Thaler, Davis, Hopkins. Those against? Councillor Williamson.
I'm not looking for it.
Not voting. Right. Motion, in any case, the motion is carried. Moving on to 9.3 strategy, 9.3.1 approval of the road name bank. Do we have a mover of the office? Bob Stewart, seconded. Councillor Davis. Councillor Stewart, would you like to speak to the motion? Do we have a speaker against? With that, I put the motion. All those in favour of 9.3.1? Unanimous. Motion is carried.
Great.
Moving on to 9.3.2, extraordinary council meeting to be scheduled. Councillor Stewart, seconder, and Councillor Davis. A question, Councillor Summers?
That day is simply from 1 p.m. in the morning.
Just clarification, 1 p.m.
I think that was the time. Did we put a time in there?
Yeah, it's
No,
1
brief.
1 p.m. Yes, it's in the
1 p.m.
report.
Let's say 1 p.m.
Yep.
Thank you.
Stage.
Have a speaker against? With that, I put the motion 9.3.2. All those in favour? Unanimous. 9.3.3, the delivery program progress report. Do we have a mover of the officer's recommendation? Councillor Davis, seconder. Councillor Summers. Councillor Davis, would you like to speak?
No, the report is comprehensive.
Do we have a speaker against the motion?
Yes.
Councillor Rose?
Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm speaking against the motion only because this report, while comprehensive, is almost unreadable. And I've had many complaints from the community who have tried to follow this through and to see what, it's basically in about 6-point font by the time you get to the comments. And much can be hidden in this report because it's so hard to find. So I understand there's a format, Mr. Interim CEO, that you have to press the button, and I'm not wanting extra work, but I would like to ask for a reconsideration of the way that the report is presented, and perhaps even to look at an issue around the issues where projects are not on track, or there are issues that they're highlighted up front or in a different format, because it's just quite difficult to follow it through. And I've had many complaints about this. Not that it's not good to have comprehensive information, but the readability of it is an issue. So I don't want to cause more trouble for the staff as well, but I just wanted to bring that up.
Councillor Rose, may I respectfully request that you refer to the electronic documents that can be enlarged on the screen.
Look, it's very kind of you to remind me of that, but I'm dealing with paper documents, and many people are. So.
Thank you.
Chair for you.
Yes.
If I hand you this council device, you show me how to enlarge the screen because I can't work it out.
I'm happy to show you after the meeting. Generally, two
No.
fingers. You can enlarge the
that
screen
it?
on an iPad. You just use 2 fingers, and it will change the screen size.
Mine just goes up and down.
I'm happy to do some training following the meeting. Councillor Thaler, Councillor Williamson.
I had a couple of questions, if I could.
Yes.
That's on 9.3.3, right?
We are on 9.3.3.
So on page 1 to 8 of the document, service delivery, Board's Excellence Program, perhaps our most important program, and certainly mentioned by the ministers in the minister's correspondence. It says it's in a state of concern. What are we doing about that to get it out of a state of concern? That's my first question. My second question on this item, and I want to talk about another item shortly, is the third paragraph that reads, it will also be used. What does that mean?
CEO.
I'll refer that to Mr. Rawlings, Madam Chair. Yeah, sorry, just give me the page number again.
We're on 128.
IT, maybe.
I want to,
Oh, you're all assuming things.
128.
yeah, 128. That's towards excellent, but I want to, I've got some questions.
Absolutely, we've got to deliver this, and it says it's in a state of concern. So what are we doing about it?
So this is like a number of our issues that we only have limited resources and we don't have the capacity to throw more resources at it without to speed this back up would require us recommending council that we cut other things. So
That'd be a good start, wouldn't it? What would you recommend?
we don't recommend anything. That's why it's sitting here as of concern, because in terms of the project, would you stop interjecting, Councillor Williamson? In terms of the project, it is behind timeframes, but from our perspective, that's something that the amount of resources you'd have to try and throw at it to get it back into the, accept the timeframe that it was originally on, would be quite extensive and probably nearly impractical, because you'd be pulling in a whole heap of resources external to the organisation that probably don't have the knowledge of the organisation itself and what they need to do to help get it on track. So we don't think it's really feasible to bring it back to the original timeframes. So it will sit there as a late running project, and we'll just have to continue it as best we can.
So how late will it be when it's completed?
Our last estimate, I think, was that we're running probably about 6 months behind where we should be.
Right.
So that's sort of time frames.
And what does the third paragraph mean?
Now I've got to look at my realistic time or to overrate this. I think it's do this. Actually, yeah. So what does mean is that what we will be doing is that we need to get our decision made on the IT software and what that is, because whatever system we use will determine how we set up our so it was meant to be an indication that in terms of the process that we're going through, we're at a bit of a point where we have to wait until we decide what software tools we're bringing in before we can determine some of the aspects around how our processes and that will be happening going forward. So we're just at that point where we've got a bit of disruption from that, because we're still waiting for that decision on software.
Councillor Williamson, did you have other questions?
I do. So the next item, the Bombala Water Treatment Plant completion. There's been a video circulating showing quite a lot of material around the site. Lumps of concrete. I understand asbestos might have been found around the site. There's a septic tank outside the fence that the pipe running from somewhere is no longer connected to. Has all of that been addressed?
Yeah.
I might refer to Mr. Gargett, but my understanding of it, that there were some issues identified. A lot of clean-up work has been done. Whether it's all been completed, I'm not sure, and I will refer to John for that. But Safe Work were notified, and that we had arranged an inspection by Safe Work to come and review the work that had been done. I haven't heard the outcome of that review or whether that has happened yet, but John Gargett may have an update on that, Councillor Williamson.
Hello, Mayor. Thank you, CEO. Yes, both teams, the project team and the operations team, were working together to address the items that were raised. And in particular, the septic tank has been reconnected, I'm happy to provide photos of the work that's been done, if so required. And Safe Work have been to the site and have been working with staff on items that were raised. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart?
Yeah, yes. Just, well, one, I'd just like to say to raise any concerns for council with you. I believe this treatment plant is one of the best positions our little community's had for a long time, and it's going to be a great benefit for us. And I congratulate that whole process, and I'm looking forward to the opening date of it, that we can bring the community along, because they're very happy with that outcome down there. The other thing is, but I've got issues with this Towards Excellence program. I think we must address it because it was implemented a few years ago, and to me, I haven't seen any feasible results that's happened in towards this process. And the sooner we can address this, and it's a shame that the minister's put that PEO as part of the PEO process, because I think there's a better way that we can move on in the future to deliver the services out there to the community without having to bring consultants in to tell us what to do. We've got managers on board, and I think we really want to look at that process. I haven't seen, I've asked for to get addressed about where our benefits have come from. I think it's cost us nearly $500,000 a year, and I think it's too expensive. As I said, we've got to change the structure of our organisation to deliver better services out there to the community, and this Towards Excellence program, to me, hasn't delivered it as what I can see, and I think we should be addressing that in the near future.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Thaler had a question.
I do. Looking through the list on pages 126, 127, I don't see the Cooma number 1 reservoir. Now, it's apparently funded for $2.5 million. It's expected to cost $5 million. I would imagine that it should actually be included in here as a project, being that I think we've agreed, we've got a design, we've got it in the budget, part funded, and it was expected to be funded in a future budget. I just think it needs to be added in as a project, whether it's considered off track or not, but it could be considered off track. I just think that.
Councillor Thaler, that table is projects considered to be off track, so not including that would assume that that project is currently on track. CEO's project currently on track?
That's my understanding, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Rose, you had a question or speaking?
Yes, no, I've got a couple of questions. Firstly, what I've realised is with Councillor Stewart's raised issues about the Toward Excellence program to me, and Councillor Elliott and I have had trouble finding information about the program. I was going to write to the Minister because he seems to be the only one that really knows what the program is about. But he's a busy man, so I thought I won't worry him. But one of the things I'd like to know is just what our contractual obligations are at the moment towards Excellence, or the Foursquare group that are doing it. What, because that's
yeah. CEO.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, we're in the process of transitioning from a contractual arrangement through Field Force 4. There is still work for that organisation to do over the coming months as we, want a better term, gear up, particularly Angela Somerville's area, for establishment of what we're calling that business improvement area with some business improvement analysts. And there was money in the budget to re-establish those positions that were the old business improvement unit. So we have been using consultants to set up the framework for the establishment of the ongoing internal unit, which will take carriage of what the future iteration and future naming of our continuous improvement program may be, albeit currently called Towards Excellence. It will become business as usual with an internal unit running those improvement programs across the organisation, and that's being established from this point and into the 25-26 financial year. So there is still some months obligation that we have, or commitment that we have with Field Force 4 to assist us with transitioning from the contractual arrangement to the in-house operation. And the first part of that is establishing initially 2 of those business analyst positions, accompanying, as Mr. Rawlings mentioned before, finalising the tender for the software system that will support those operations going forward.
Thank you. And
So we're not looking to engage longer term with Field Force 4 further. The next step will be a tender finalised for the software system, setting up our in-house unit, contracted to help us get that up and running, and that's a project into 25-26.
thank you. So in essence, there's no ongoing contractual obligation to Field Force 4 for 25-26.
It goes into 25-26. That arrangement is in place now,
Yes.
but it doesn't extend beyond the life of this transition period. And we don't have a finite time frame on that at this point in time. We have agreed to milestones to achieve that transition period, but we're still in the early days of establishing the PDs, position descriptions, for those in-house positions that we are establishing, and that's the work that Field Force 4 are assisting with us at this point in time. So once we've got those positions established, we've got those positions filled into 25-26, the consultants will help us to embed that in our systems, our business as usual, along with the new IT system.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Madam Deputy Chair, or Deputy Mayor, can I just ask one other question? And this is to you because, you know, basically a shameless attempt to ingratiate myself with the Bombala community. I'm very upset about the Bombala Arts and Innovation Centre.
Mm-hmm.
I've repeatedly brought this up. That Councillor Stewart's primary was $800,000 worth was ripped off the community in a ridiculous approach, saying there was nothing in it. And the Mayor's done nothing about it. So, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'd like you to take up the cudgel now and see if we can get this money back that was ripped off Bombala.
With respect, Councillor Rose, the Mayor certainly has been pushing at every opportunity he has when he's been meeting with our state representatives. Many letters have been written and many conversations have taken place. And the Mayor and the CEO will continue to follow up, but I'm very happy to support him in that role. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, I don't know whether there's been much identification of how where these letters have gone, and can we get a report back on the to and fro's of these letters that are gone and the responses coming back? Because Council Rose is dead right. Not to get that money to even upgrade the facility for whatever use it was going to be. It's been very poorly handled, and we should be holding the state member to account and the process of where we've never seen any reports of these letters or interactions between the
That's
two.
right. And just to reiterate, the discussion is still ongoing. There's still awaiting response, but it's not closed. It's not been obviously the request went forward to
we have
ask
a look at some of those letters that have come down to the minute to our local member and his responses.
Yes,
and that in a report, that would be good.
Yes, absolutely. I'll speak to the Mayor and we can get any correspondence and updates forwarded on.
Let's make it real easy. Why don't we amend the motion to include that? That the Mayor share the letters with us. Right, it'd be really good. And we could all write our own letters as well. It's a momentum.
Yeah, if you'd like to change.
Well, there should have been letters coming in on behalf of the council over the concern of the funding.
Sure.
We've never seen any of
The Mayor share all letters regarding the Bombala Arts
And community.
and Community Centre with all councils.
Don't forget, there's obviously personal conversations.
It's an innovation centre.
Innovation.
Yeah.
Well, the Mayor shouldn't be writing personal conversations if he's under the hand of the mayor, you
It's
don't
on behalf of
include
council.
you don't include
Yeah.
personal.
So councillor Williamson, just to make sure, before, excuse me, councillors, please, let's get the wording right. So at the moment, the recommendation that councillor Davis is moving is that council will note the delivery program progress report and point to request that the mayor share letters regarding the Bombala Community Centre funding. Is that?
No, I'm not requesting. They're directed. The motion is that the mayor share communication.
Well, that council, it doesn't make sense grammatically. So that council,
We, the council,
We're the council.
that
direct
council,
the mayor to send us the letters he's written on our behalf. That'd be wonderful.
At council, the mayor makes no sense.
yeah, it doesn't make
That
sense.
council direct
Direct,
the mayor.
council direct the mayor?
Why
That's why we have a motion and a vote.
The same as request.
Oh, okay, councillor Davis,
Well,
would
it's
you like to
totally
accept that?
direction.
No.
Request.
No, okay, so councillor Davis will not accept this, so this is a separate amendment which we will debate now, and as discussed earlier, it's anybody can speak for or against this motion. So it's now an amendment moved by councillor Williamson. I just need a seconder for that. Councillor Rose, just one moment while we get it up on the board.
I'm happy with the request, but it doesn't.
We need something a bit tougher, Bob.
Just a tip.
We've requested him for 3 or 4 months.
Yeah,
We've done nothing.
yeah, okay, right.
That's right.
Yeah, fair enough.
No, you didn't vote, but you were going to.
Okay, councillor Williamson.
Leave it up.
Thank you, Chair. This is an important matter, as councillor Rose has pointed out. We've been dudded, and that's to the detriment of Bombala, which, as we've heard earlier today, desperately needs investment. I think all of us should get behind getting this money back. It would be useful to know what the mayor has actually written and to whom, so we can reiterate those messages and add to it our own. The mayor's not here today. He's a busy person. So I think if we put this down as part of the motion, you can't forget it because it's something that needs to be done. And that's the best way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a speaker against the amendment? Councillor Rooney?
I speak against it, Madam Deputy Mayor, on the grounds that, well, 2 grounds really. Firstly, I don't like the tone of directing the mayor to reveal these letters. There may be, well, it just seems impolite. So I'd rather that we ask the mayor to do it. And secondly, there may be good reasons why the correspondence cannot be revealed. It could be, I don't know, finance in confidence, commercial in confidence, personal in confidence material in it. That ought not be put in the public domain.
But I'm not asking for it to go into the public domain, shared with councillors. We are the council.
Yeah.
If it's confidential, the mayor can put it in confidential items.
Absolutely.
At least we can get a look at it. If the mayor believes it's not appropriate for public, he brings the report in confidential.
Councillor Rooney, please continue.
So I would ask that Councillor Williamson amend his proposed amendment to request that the mayor or ask the mayor.
I'm okay to make it ask the mayor. Happy for that.
Thank you. So speaker for the amendment.
I will speak for the amendment. I would just like to remind councillors, some at this table seem to forget how this works. We are the council. We elect a mayor and the mayor is our spokesperson and we direct the mayor to carry on our decisions. We vote, we provide a resolution, and when the resolution is upheld, that becomes the mayor's direction. Sometimes it becomes the direction of the staff. That is the custom, that is actually the developed body of law. Whether it's a request or a direct, I would prefer the term direct, because I've asked the mayor for many things and nothing ever turns up. we have a communication problem within this council where information is not shared. It is shared with some councillors, not with all. My reading of the Local Government Act is that communication concerning council information provided to councillors, if it's provided to one, it should be provided to all. That would be the intent and the reading down of the Act, and that is the reading down or the intent expressed by Parliament in the construction of the Local Government Act 1993. So if there are letters that the Mayor has between him and the Minister, and if there are private matters in the letter, well, it shouldn't be there, because we're not asking him to convey any private matters. That's what telephones are for generally. If you're writing a letter as the Mayor on behalf of this council, then primarily I would also like to see the draft before it's sent. We've asked this in previous meetings. It's just a matter of probity and courtesy. It's done in our name. And all too often we see things done in our name that we have no knowledge of. So I really think that we should now direct the Mayor, because it's been an oversight and it's something that we shouldn't allow to continue. If we're going to work as a cohesive unit, we are the most watched council in the entirety of Australia. We are the reference group now. It's the standard that other councils are judged. So let's lift our game. Let's actually show everybody that instead of sighing and placing your head into your hands, that you actually are proud to sit beside each other, that we're going to write letters and that we're going to ask for information and that we're going to then share those letters with each other and the replies.
Well done, Councillor.
That's the bit that's missing.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Do we have a speaker against the amendment? Sorry, Councillor Summers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I speak against this because I think it's very unfair to bring a motion like this forward in the absence of the Mayor, who has cogent reasons to not be here today, and it could be addressed within far less formal terms. The issue at hand is the noting of the delivery program progress report. And I'd also like to remind the speakers that we haven't been dudded. We were awarded a grant which was subject to a range of requirements to expend that money in accordance with the constraints of the grant. And we were unable to do that. We then applied for an extension more than once, and we were refused by the department, which is not the subject of our local members' survey. So if to use a vernacular expression, we're probably pushing it uphill to expect it to be changed anyway. But it's not correct to say we were dudded, we didn't meet the terms of the grant, an extension was not granted on more than one occasion, and we missed the boat for a whole range of reasons which have been clearly and comprehensively explained to the councillors over the preceding months. So,
Well, what were they? Could you explain them to me, Councillor Summers?
it was explained to us. I don't want to revisit meetings that we've already had, Councillor Stewart. But we didn't get the extension for those reasons. But the principal issue is I just don't think this formality to the Mayor in his absence is just a little bit beyond the pale for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Summers.
Question for Councillor Summers. It's a question for Councillor Summers. Do you recall the conversations that we've had when the Mayor was here, that he conveyed to us that Steve Wan, our state member, had indicated that he wasn't giving up. He held hope for the decision to be reviewed or readdressed, and that would be the reason for us to persist with the sending of these letters.
No dispute with that.
Thank you, Councillor Summers. Councillor Rose, a question or speaking for?
Speaking for the motion.
Thank you. Yep.
Look, Madam Deputy Mayor, I think this is a simple story of politicking, and I think the Mayor hasn't done a great job. So I'd really like you to do the job now, to go in and twist the arm of someone. This issue it's outrageous that a sum was given, some bureaucratic group somewhere makes a decision not to back it up under criteria that are pretty dodgy anyway, that they make this decision. But Bombala
Councillor Rose,
is a
maybe
key
just
point.
be careful with your assertions.
No, good point. And who knows what's happening behind the scenes. But the point is that they didn't get the money. and the money was actually notionally given. So there must be a way of working with that group of people to actually work out how this money can be used for this vital facility. So there must be a way of doing this, and that's why I think the mayor's very busy. Perhaps we should just ask you to try and take over and do something in this area to get something up and running, because this must be achievable. It must be achievable to get this money back on the at this time when there's not only a federal election, but next year there's a state election, and so there must be a way of getting this up again. And I don't know what it is, Madam Deputy Mayor, but perhaps as a working group or someone can come together to try and look at working with the group of people concerned to see that this money, which is still probably somewhere in the budget somewhere of some group, could be priced out and put towards this centre. So I just think this is. I think Councillor Stewart, you said it was. Was it 3 years ago that this money was made available, or some time like this? It's quite a long time ago. Anyway, I just think it just seems sensible for us to revisit this and to do some more work. This amendment is not unreasonable. Whether the mayor's here or not, he knows that we want him to do work on this, and now you're going to twist his arm a bit as well, so that'll be good, and perhaps even meet with someone. But anyway, I think we just should support this as a sensible step forward.
Thank you, Councillor Rose. I think everybody's already spoken. Any speakers against? With that,
I'll speak against, because there seems to be this false narrative about what the mayor can do. There's nothing wrong with every councillor around this table advocating for the funding with our local member. I don't need just the mayor to do it. And yes, we can ask the mayor for a report when he is back in his seat. However, to direct the mayor to provide something like this.
Point of order. That's not the motion.
yes,
The motion is to ask.
we're now asking Mayor. You're absolutely correct, Councillor Williamson. That is asked.
It was direct the mayor, but now it's asked to be. I'll stand corrected.
You are
Thank you,
correct.
Councillor Davis.
This is a very big lesson for us as a council. When we have funding that we've had awarded to us for a long period of time, and I think it was about 6 years ago we got the funding for this project. If we don't use it and actually progress with the project, we are under a huge risk of losing the funding. And which is why all of our outstanding projects that have had funding for a long period of time need to be actually put in place and work conducted on them. I have no hesitation of talking to our local member about the money for the Bombala Arts and Innovation Centre. Absolutely no qualms about it. We advocate on behalf of our community, and our community can also advocate very strongly for that money to be returned. So I'm asking everybody, if you're really passionate about it, then speak to our local member, because the mayor's one voice, but we are many, and that makes a really big difference. And this is a valuable lesson to everybody, that if we are unable to spend that money and undertake the terms of the agreement of the funding, then we lose the funding. And we need to actually then go back and say, look, we really want that reconsidered, but many voices have a greater impact than just one.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Speaker for the motion?
Yeah, I'll
Stewart?
speak for the motion. Madam Mayor, look, Councillor Davis made some good points, but in all honesty, if there's transactions of letters between the mayor and the local member, or the mayor and the funding body or the council, we haven't seen them. And I think it was appropriate that when we were struggling to keep the loan coming, and council raised the point, it was to go through the mayoral process. And I don't think it's unreasonable, and it's not being too critical against the mayor, just to he could show the letters that he has sent to the minister or our local member, and the returns, just to give us clarification as what's been done. It's being open about it, and we will support the mayor for the letters that he sent down there to try to regain the funding. So we can all do it, but it's really appropriate for the mayor. It was the council's been struggling with this for a fair few years. I think there's other issues, but outside that, probably has caused this problem. But it is disappointing that you get, for a community, get this a good sum of money to go ahead to try to get a facility upgraded to a certain standard, and now we're there without getting any benefit at all. And look, I can't support Councillor Davis saying, "Oh, we're having a go at the mayor." We're not having a go at the mayor. We just want to see because council had asked the mayor to write to the local member to try to get support, just to show us the letters. We can see them, and we can try to, if we can help, and probably that we should have, if we need to give more support, we should try to give more support. And so I think it's not an unfair request.
Thank you. A question, Councillor Summers?
If this amendment is carried, what happens to the substantive recommendation to note the delivery program progress report? Does that will lapse and doesn't have any effect?
This will amend the original motion.
Yeah, that's interesting. The amendment actually should be the 2 points. You're absolutely correct.
Sorry?
If the
Well,
amendment is carried,
it wasn't
then
accepted,
noting
it wasn't accepted by the movers and second.
No, that's
Should be that as well.
part one should be in Councillor Williamson's amendment. Wasn't accepted.
Just the amendment is to add that
Yeah.
point to the recommendation.
Right.
So the amendment is the change that is being proposed to the motion.
And if carried,
If carried, and becomes added to
1 and 2.
the motion. So it will become a point 2, because what you're actually amending is to add what's in that amendment to the motion that was on the board.
Councillor Williamson, your amendment, if it's carried, will be added to the original motion by Councillor Davis, and then there will be point 1 and point 2.
Yeah.
And then debate will continue on the amended motion.
We do not tend to do the right process here.
Yeah.
The amendment should only be the change that is being proposed to the motion that is on the books, and then you talk to that particular change specifically. So that's what we've got there, is the change that you're requesting to the motion. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, with that, Councillor Williamson, would you like a right of reply on
I
the
would like
amendment?
it. I would love a short one, thank you. So we have a diversity of views. I say we've been dudded. Bombala's been dudded. Not everyone agrees with that. Fine. I want to get involved and write letters. The easiest way for me to do that is to copy what the mayor's done and replicate that. So I'd love to see what the mayor's written. And also to write additional letters arguing for the reinstatement of the funding from a different perspective. Therefore, I need to know the perspective that the mayor's put forward. As I said earlier, the mayor's a busy person. Things get lost. Many times we've asked our mayor for things and they haven't come forward. This makes it really prominent and gets us over the line on that front. I agree, Councillor Davis, if we're passionate about this, we should start writing. I'm definitely going to do that with this information, and I would ask the colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I put the motion at the amendment. My apologies. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hands. Councillor Stewart, Councillor Higgins, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Rose, Councillor Williamson, Councillor Rooney, Councillor Thaler, Councillor Hopkins. Those against, Councillor Summers and Councillor Davis. The amendment is carried. We now revert to debating the amended motion, which is, I'll read it out to you, that Council note the delivery program progress report, and point 2, ask the Mayor to share letters regarding the Bombala Community Centre funding. This, I think it's Councillor Williamson's motion.
What's the motion? Your motion.
New motion, yeah.
No, the amendment becomes the
That's an
motion.
amendment.
That's an amended motion.
It's an amended motion. So it's with Councillor Davis. It's Councillor Davis's motion.
That's the voters' motion.
This is the new motion, isn't it? You're not wrong.
So we're still dealing with the noting the report, right?
Yes.
So the motion's now been amended.
We're just clarifying who's the mover and seconder, because it's an amended motion now.
Well, we voted on it, so it's moved by all of us.
Oh, yeah, but you're
That's
right. Still
the
need
amendment.
to move for a promotion.
Yeah.
Voted.
I've moved it, and or else.
Well, we voted on it.
No,
It is the motion.
Councillor Williamson, if I may.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson is correct. We voted on an amendment to the motion. So the original motion is amended.
Yes.
But it is still the original motion, which is
Councillor
moved
Davis.
by Councillor Davis.
I thought it was moved by Bob Stewart.
No.
Hang on, 1.3.
So we resume debate on the amended motion.
Just put it.
Yeah. Is it? Should we, happy, Councillor Davis, would you like to?
No, I think we've had enough debate.
Let's,
Happy
So
for
let me put-
let the motion be put. Yeah, there we go.
That I put the motion, the amended motion on the board, just for clarity. What we're going to be asked to vote on now is the amended motion, that we note the delivery program progress report and we ask the Mayor to share letters regarding the Bombala Community Centre funding. All those in favour of the amended motion, unanimous.
Hey.
Motion carried.
Well done.
Well done, everyone.
Goodness gracious, well done. Let's
Stop
pass
me.
on to item 9.5.1, settlement of claims, Snowy Reservoir collapse status report. Would everyone like to move the Councillor Thaler moving the officer's recommendation? And second, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Thaler, would you like to speak to the motion? No?
Yes, I'm just making my notes. I actually have a question, and I will need to provide a little bit of background to this question. On or about the 10th of April, Councillors Rose, Williamson and I received a reply from the Deputy Secretary of Office of Local Government, and this was in response to a question that we had asked on the 24th of February concerning council's settlement of a claim in respect of the tower collapse, water tower collapse. And in this, I'm happy, I think we can provide this to all councillors. It says money received from ordinary rates are effectively untied and can be used to fund any of council's activities. This would include activities associated with water and sewer operations if the council believed appropriate. Money received from water charges can only be used for the purpose in which the charge is made, providing a water service. For context, the relevant section on restricted and unrestricted funds is at section 409 of the Act. I bring up 409. It says the consolidated fund, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5A, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And the money that is subject to the provisions of this Act may be used only.
I am too. We'll just see where this is going.
I'm trying to find the right section. So in section 409 of Local Government Act 1993, subsection 3, A, money that has been received as a result of levying of a special rate or charge may not be used otherwise than for the purpose for which the rate or charge was levied. B, money that is subject to the provisions of this Act may be used only for that purpose. So therefore, the question really turns back to, we tried to ask Office of Local Government for assistance, they bounced us back to Council. Is it appropriate to use the externally restricted water fund to pay these claims? Now, whilst there might be a short nexus between the water tank collapsing, the funds that are in the water reserve are for the maintenance and the construction or the future build of water treatment plants and water delivery pipes and services, fire hydrants and the like. It does not necessarily flow that it can be used, and there's a bad pun there, it does not necessarily flow that you can use those funds to pay in money that should have been paid by an insurance agent, knowing that we had statewide. So that's the first point, is to...
Councillor Taylor, this has been asked and answered a number of times, but I'm happy to ask the CEO to respond to that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, the answer is yes, it's appropriate. And I can also confirm that through our overhead charging processes, that the water fund and the sewer fund also pay contributions to our insurance policies.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, your second question, or?
The second question then turns that it says in this report, follow-up emails to Mills and Oakley lawyers, and that CEO discussion with statewide and Mills and Oakley lawyers, which in bracket says for statewide, that's down the bottom of page 132. Would it be correct that Mills and Oakley lawyers are the lawyers who act for statewide insurance?
CEO?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct, but also for council in relation to matters associated with insurance claims.
Right, so if I'm understanding the CEO's response, the answer is yes, Mills and Oakley are lawyers for statewide, but they are also lawyers for us.
In relation to insurance claims, yes.
Right. Okay. Again, I will use the remaining time to remind the council that we do need to assist at least one family that I'm aware of. Whilst I've been quite busy with many obligations, I will pick up that thread and bring that family in to meet with the CEO. I'm assuming that offer is still available, and I would encourage us to look to settle and help that family out. Basically, we need to bring these matters to a close, and we need to bring them to a close faster than we have. It's very unfortunate that it continues, but there is more than one claim outstanding. I think we need to actually put a little more focus and a little more pressure, certainly on this Mills and Oakley people or the statewide people. Let's get this settled and let's get this matter put to bed.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Rose speaking against?
No, I'm just wanting to just get a quick question asked to you, to the interim CEO. I think, Mr. Glenshire, you said that Mills and Oakley were acting now on behalf of council for insurance claims. Is that past claims, future claims? Is it only related to claims that existed with statewide, or do we use, as a matter of all our insurance claims, Mills and Oakley as the go-to point for council for?
Councillor Rose, it's slightly off the topic of 9.5.1, but I'm happy to...
Happy to answer the question. Mills and Oakley work for us, and statewide in relation to insurance claims. With civic risk, they use their own legal advisors, so we would work through other legal advisors in relation to civic risk.
Yes. I got this sort of impression that we used Mills and Oakley were for all insurance. Okay, thank you.
Do we have a speaker against?
I'll just ask a question in regard to outstanding claims. My understanding is we only have one outstanding claim.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
So on the records of council, there's only one outstanding claim. So any other claims in regard to people affected, they have not been registered with council or with the insurer.
That's correct.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion. With that, I put the motion. All those in favour of the recommendation on the board? Councillor...
Can we just confirm?
Oh, sorry, that council note that April 2025 settlement of claims, Snow Reservoir Collapse status report. So once again, raise of hands if you're in support. Councillor Summers, Higgins, Stewart, Elliott, Williamson, Rooney, Thaler, Davis and Hopkins. Those against? Councillor Rose. The motion is carried. Moving on to 9.5.2, resolution action sheet updates. Do we have a mover of this motion?
Move.
Officer's recommendation, moved Councillor Davis, seconded by Councillor Elliott. Councillor Davis, would you like to speak?
No, thank you.
Do we have a speaker against the motion on the board? No vote of reply. With that, I put the motion. All those in favour of 9.5.2, unanimous. Moving on to item 10.1, minutes from management and advisory committees. Do we have a mover of the officers? Councillor Stewart, seconded Councillor Thaler. Councillor Stewart, would you like to speak?
No, I'm happy with it.
Do we have a speaker against the motion? With that, question?
Have we got an answer for Adaminaby and their tiles and their weatherboards?
CEO?
Refer that to Mr. Murray. Has there been any update on that?
No, nor is it.
Thank you. With that, I put the motion. All those in favour of 10.1? Councillor Summers, Higgins, Stewart, Elliott, Rose, Rooney, Thaler, Davis and Hopkins. Those against? Councillor Williamson. Moving on to 11.1. Moving on to 11.1, assessing council's insurance arrangements. Councillor Williamson, just one moment. We'll have a quick recess. It's 3:20. We have a 10-minute break. We adjourn the meeting until 3:30.
We're into the notice of motion.
We got there, Bob.
We've done well.
We're going to go like Shane Larkin through there as well.
I can imagine.
Yes, wait for a moment. Wait for a moment.
Viewing.
Still going me.
Yeah, but they do start there. And he did say.
Oh, not that much. Sorry, yeah.
Councillor.
Then I seem to have a higher or a lower tolerance for dodgy than.
I have zero.
I don't have any tolerance for it either.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor.
I can smell dodgy.
Madam Mayor, I just need to tell you that I probably. Well, no, I told council.
Yeah, no, I haven't taken it.
Yeah.
And if it's no good, it's not going up there.
No.
I have
That's right. Just then go there.
Yeah, we haven't had to.
I gave them a bit of a touch.
You right? Yeah, you right?
Yeah, it is. You got to go, Trish?
Yeah.
Right.
Councillors, I resume the meeting at 3:32 p.m. Moving on to item 11.1, assessing council's insurance arrangements. Councillor Williamson, your motion. Do we have a seconder?
Yep.
Councillor Rose. Councillor Williamson, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes. Thank you, Acting Mayor. Insurance is a big expense for council, and I think it's a matter that this council should take a fresh look at. It's obviously topical given the situation with the water tank at the moment, but my intent here is that we take a hard look at our insurance arrangements, and that the best way to do that would be to set up a subcommittee of council to do so and to come back and report to the full council. That's the purpose of the motion, and with no further ado, I put it to the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Do we have a speaker against? Councillor Davis?
Whilst I take on board Councillor Williams's intent of this motion, I would have thought this motion would have been better off being put to the ARIC committee, where we actually have people who may have some expertise in this area to actually assess whether council's risk is adequately covered by our insurance neutral system. And the fact that a subcommittee of 3 councillors is probably not the best way to go about it. We need expert advice. So, and my view is that the insurance requirements of council was reviewed about 3 years ago when the insurance system was changed, and there is no evidence that our insurance is inadequate. So other than the fact that I would prefer it went through the ARIC system of actually ensuring that our risk is adequately covered, which is what ARIC does, I cannot support this motion as it is today.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Do we have a speaker for? Councillor Thaler?
I'll speak for the motion, and it's completely without surprise that I disagree with Councillor Davis and her remarks in the debate. Councillor Davis effectively touched on the issue that we might not be experts in insurance. I've been buying insurance for over 30 years, and all different types, from marine insurance right through to comprehensive. So I think we have an understanding of what insurance is and the various products. We also understand adequacy of insurance when you need to insure complex items. I wonder who's heard of marine insurance, and whether you're thinking of boats. It actually applies to trucks, believe it or not. The issue about needing expert advice, that would usually come from the process of meeting in a committee, looking at the issues, assessing the relevant insurance documents, and then determining whether or not we need further expert advice. And to say, as Councillor Davis just did, that there is no evidence that our insurance is inadequate, well, I question that statement on the basis that we made a payment referenced in the previous motion. We made several payments out of the water fund, and that's what gave rise to 3 councillors writing to the Office of Local Government Secretary seeking clarification. It turns on section 409 of the Local Government Act, qualified by section 410. And if we had adequate insurance and the insurer was happy to pay, why did we make payments directly from council's funds? There has been many motions over time trying to get to the bottom of this. There is some argument it's 325,000, another argument it's 500,000. There's Councillor Williamson's contemporaneous notes that he made in an earlier briefing in the previous council suggesting some 3.2 or 3.3 million could be the number that has actually been spent.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Davis.
That fact has actually been misquoted in regard to Councillor Williams's contemporaneous notes.
Excuse me.
It has, no, let me finish.
Excuse me. Don't you talk to me
I'm
like that.
talking to the point of
Don't
order.
you talk to me like that. How dare you?
Councillor Williamson.
Councillor Williamson, Councillor Williamson, please. Councillor Davis, please, your point of order is in
My
relation
point of
to...
order is that the issue, the speaking points that Councillor Thaler has just made are not actually factual.
Madam,
Councillor Thaler, just one moment, please. I will rule on that.
well, I would like a quick reply before you rule, because to clarify,
We don't actually debate points of order, Councillor
well, I
Thaler.
think you do,
No,
because I didn't actually say anything that Councillor Davis has. I said to quote myself, the contemporaneous.
Councillor Thaler, please take a seat.
So if you make
Councillor Thaler, please take a seat. Councillor Davis, this is upheld. Please, there is a lot of subjecture. There are notes. They may well be contemporaneous notes, this word we all seem to like. But please stick to the facts. There's a lot of dispute as to actual dollar amounts, is the point that you are making. Please be careful in terms of the differentiation between opinion and fact. Councillor Davis, this is...
I rise to make a motion of dissent. Exactly as I anticipated, Chair. You didn't want to hear the qualification. You jumped onto your own assumptions. And so I make a motion of dissent against your ruling.
You have 5 minutes.
The issue at hand, and I can be fairly brief, Councillor Davis sought to deliberately mischaracterise what I said. I clearly, simply, succinctly and factually said the contemporaneous notes made by Councillor Williamson indicating I looked at him 3 to 3.3 million, he nodded. I did not state that that was an amount that had been paid. I stated factually that Councillor Williamson had made a contemporaneous note. In law, if you are in a hearing, a meeting, a committee, and you do as I am now, you make notes, they're called contemporaneous notes. If I write down something that isn't correct, they are my contemporaneous notes. And if I seek to rely on them, whatever my state of mind was at the time is irrelevant. It is something that I wrote. And if I was motivated and I wrote something down because of what I believed I heard, what I perceived, what I thought someone said, they are relevant. I have not said that we have paid 3.3 million. I was careful. I said Councillor Williamson's contemporaneous notes. It is a matter for Councillor Williamson to defend his notes. It is not a matter for Councillor Davis to seek to impugn me and point of order me and suggest that I've said something that I haven't. So this is a motion of dissent against your ruling to uphold the motion, the point of order. I did not imply this council had paid out 3.3 million. I am very well aware of the debates that we've had over time. I would seek that this council does not support a motion, it does not support a notice, getting my words tangled up with the point of order. Ruling by the chair. The ruling by the chair to uphold a point of order. It is based upon a falsehood. I'm sorry, Chair, but I do have to make that point.
Thank you, Councillor Thaler. With that, I put the motion of dissent. All those in favour? Councillor Stewart, Rose, Williamson, Thaler and Elliott. All those against? Councillor Summers, Higgins, Rooney, Davis and Hopkins. We have a tied vote. As the chair, I have a casting vote. The motion of dissent is lost.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Can your vote be considered, given as a notice of dissent from the chair, that can your vote be considered?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Seems a conflict of interest, so.
Yeah, it still stands.
Now, Councillor Thaler, would you like to continue your debate? I'm happy to give you some extra time. We were 2.5 minutes in.
Yes,
You were speaking for the motion.
I was speaking for the motion. To reiterate a point that if the insurance with statewide, to take the case in point with the water tank collapse, if it was adequate, there should have been no requirement for this council to have ever paid out any claim from water reserves, restricted reserves, rates reserves. It should have all claims should have been shunted on to statewide. We paid the $20,000 excess, and all claims that naturally flowed from the water tank disaster should have simply been sent to the insurer. That hasn't been the case. We don't quite understand why, and therefore I think that it's quite simple to draw a parallel that there was an inadequacy in our insurance. Now that we have new insurers, we would be wise to check that we have filled those gaps or covered those gaps, that we do have adequacy of insurance. So it really behooves us as a responsible council to learn the lessons of the past and double check. So it's not to impugn or slight anybody, it's to say let's take a lesson on maybe something that we didn't get right, and let's make sure that we have adequacy of insurance. If there are councillors who are proposing to make themselves available via a small or short committee, I think that's fantastic. And we can only benefit from doing this. So I really commend this motion to this council.
Thank you, Councillor Thaler. A speaker against the motion. Councillor Rooney?
I speak against the motion because I am concerned that Councillor Williamson is proposing an ad hoc committee of 3 councillors with no apparent expertise or background in insurance to take over the role of the Insurance Mutual, which is a team of qualified and experienced experts
Point of order.
to provide us advice.
Yes, 1 minute, please. Your point of order.
That's not what I'm proposing in the motion. The mutual is our insurer. I'm not proposing 3 councillors become our insurer. That would be ludicrous.
Councillor Williamson, I'm actually going to overrule that. It is something that you can address in your right of reply. Councillor Rooney, please speak to the motion.
And I point out that Councillor Williamson has overlooked Councillor Thaler, the only self-declared expert on insurance.
Point of order. We love point of orders, John. And I would like you to point to anywhere where I've provided or made the statement that I'm a self-declared expert. That's your challenge.
I will uphold this. Councillor Rooney, please retract the statement that Councillor Thaler is a self-appointed expert and apologise to Councillor Thaler.
I follow you. I accept your direction, Madam Deputy Mayor. I retract my statement that Councillor Thaler is an expert on insurance matters, and I apologise to him for impugning his reputation there.
Thank you.
So I would suggest, councillors, that we are better advised by the panel of experts who currently advise us on insurance matters, and I would trust their judgment and their advice above their judgment and advice of your esteemed selves, my fellow councillors, with all due respects. So look, I would suggest that we don't go down this path, and also I'd suggest that the fact that the council made payments to the people affected by the failure of the water tank doesn't suggest that our insurance is inadequate. There could be many reasons why the CEO at the time, or CEO now, made such payments. There's a question of timeliness. Insurance matters take often years to assess and resolve, and perhaps this was a matter of urgency. There's also the question or the issue of making ex gratia payments to people who have been affected in ways that are not covered by our insurance. And out of the sense of mercy, perhaps the CEO thought it worthwhile to make a payment to cover the pain and suffering that those people had experienced. So, councillors, let's not leap to the conclusion that because those payments have been made outside the insurance scheme, it doesn't mean that our insurance is inadequate. Now, as you know, councillors, from your own experience, I'm sure Councillor Thaler would know this, you need to pay a lot more in premiums if you want every contingency covered. So it's a cost-benefit analysis that council staff have to make at the time. How much coverage are we prepared to pay for? Bearing in mind that the more we want, the more expensive the premiums will be. So I would be more comfortable, councillors, leaving these sorts of judgments to the experts and not trying to preempt their judgment and overrule the advice that we received from the mutual.
Thank you. I will remind councillors that we're actually discussing not just the water tank insurance claim, but obviously all of council's current insurance arrangements. Speaker for the motion, Councillor Rose.
I was going to speak for the motion, but also to make an amendment because I think Councillor Davis made a good point, and perhaps at the end of point A to add the words "and to refer the issue for consideration by ARIC." So it isn't to not have a committee, but to actually add the consideration of this issue by ARIC to deal with the issue. Is that?
Sorry, are you proposing that we don't establish a committee?
No,
and refer it to ARIC?
No, we establish a committee and to do what it says here, and also to refer the issue for consideration.
Councillor Rose, may I ask clarification of what the issue is?
Yeah. So I suppose the council establish a committee and I suppose to refer the issue of insurance, the adequacy of insurance of the council for consideration by ARIC, perhaps.
Thank you, Councillor Rose, and thank you also, Councillor Davis.
So let's just get the letting. I can't quite.
Right for which, please.
I'm not sure it is right just yet.
Yeah.
So as part of accepting it, I might.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. You answered that'd be good.
Yeah, I think establish a committee of council to consider adequacy, cost and risk is great. Current insurance arrangements. And to refer, refer the matter and consult with the ARIC committee on the matter. So let's tap into that, you know, our ARIC committee to do that. I think that's a great idea. So are you okay with that?
No, that's clear. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Williamson, great. So now Councillor Rose, you're also speaking for?
Yes, I am.
The amended version.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I suppose just looking at the council insurance arrangements, Section 382 of the Local Government Act requires us to undertake various things it said it must make arrangements for adequate insurance. There is some suggestion that this hasn't been adequate because I note that in 2021, Councillor Maslin proposed a motion that was lost 6-5 that council appoint an expert insurance consultant to deliver an urgent audit of SMRC insurance coverage. So there was a view at that time in October 2021 that our insurance wasn't adequate and it was lost by one vote. So I think there is some, and that's obviously was an outcome of the story of the tank collapse. So I think that the issues that we need to consider are the adequacy of the insurance and with respect to the Act and also the regulations. We have to make arrangements for insurance, minimum amounts of insurance, risk management, claims management, keeping of records concerning insurance, a range of matters concerning insurance. And so it just seems sensible for us to do this. Now, I don't claim to be an expert, but I think with Councillor Williamson and Councillor Hopkins and myself, we could make that arrangement without any cost to council to actually just review and then report back. So it's a simple process here. And I suppose the only challenge here is the 30th of April looks
Huge challenge.
Yeah, you want to change that,
a little bit.
I can't bring
Councillor
that up.
Williamson, we're very efficient people. We could work over Easter.
Oh, and that day seems reasonable.
Yeah.
So perhaps we need to amend the date.
I think by the end of the financial year would be appropriate.
Yeah, I thought that was.
But this was a held over motion, wasn't it?
Yeah, held over and held over again. Thank you.
Yes, so I think just to reiterate, I think that the history here is there was concern by at least 5 councillors in October 2021 that we didn't have adequate insurance, which we're required to under the Act, and that this is a way, I suppose, of reviewing where we are. Then also having Aaron with amendment appoint in this way, and so I'm certainly happy to act with Councillor Williamson and presumably Deputy Mayor Hopkins. We could do something. We can't do any harm because all we'll do is come back and report to the council. So I think it's we may have no expertise, but I suppose we've got a bit of life experience between us to be of some value. So who knows? Thanks.
I have a question.
Oh, no, I want to speak for them.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
In 2021, there would have been a discussion about changing insurers, and was that part of a review? And it was probably to Mr. Rawlings through the chair, CEO. Was there a review to actually decide to change insurers, Mr. Rawlings? Do you remember?
In 2021? No, that was just a notice of motion from a councillor who had concerns. I was just trying to check back, but from my understanding, primarily about the fact that the reservoir itself wasn't covered under insurance, which I think at the time the report back, and I was looking for it, basically noted that we had changed insurers and that the reservoir was now covered under the new insurance.
So when just to clarify the question, so when the council decided to change insurer, it had reviewed the previous insurer's status and how well it covered councils.
That process was undertaken before I was here, so I can't tell you what the process particularly was that was followed. They went out to tender, as we've told councillors before, with a group of other councillors, so it was managed as a group procurement process, not just us going out. A range of councils went out together seeking to see what insurance they should get.
And do we have a year of when we changed insurer?
Well, that was basically the year that the collapse occurred. So when was that? So it was 2020. Yeah, well, 21, probably technically 21. I think.
Thank you.
I just have a quick question to the CEO. How many insurance policies does council actually have?
Well, through you, Madam Chair, as we've explained before, we've had a briefing from Civic Risk, which is a mutual. So we don't go out and buy specific insurance policies. Yeah, we don't go to the market for specific insurance policies. Being part of a mutual, we pay an insurance bill which covers us for a range of insurances. Yep. A range from property through to councillors and officers, public liability, professional indemnity insurance, a whole range of insurances are covered under our membership of the mutual. And for that membership of the mutual, we pay a contribution each year. That currently is about $1.3 million is our contribution, our annual contribution to the mutual for coverage of a range of what would be insurance policies. Does that make sense?
Yes. I just have one additional question and then we'll go to Councillor Stewart speaking for the motion. As Councillor Thaler mentioned when he was speaking to the motion, there were payments made by council and suggested that that was due to possibly not being covered by insurance or inadequate. Is that? This is what Councillor Thaler was.
I know, but you're talking about.
I can, no, it's fine. I can rephrase the question and ask it later.
I'm happy to ask
Councillor,
the question.
yeah, Councillor, no, we'll leave it for now. And Councillor Stewart,
Yeah, no, well,
to the motion.
yeah. Yeah, no, the only reason I think we should be supporting this motion is that we've got 3 councils here that will put some time in to have a look at it and just come back to us councillors. We don't have to accept it. If they bring a rubbish report back, surely we'll be smart enough to tell them that, you know, you've had a good time in discussions and that, but we don't agree with it. So I think I can't see anything wrong with this. I don't know why we're delving into all what insurance we've got. This is about council will just want to get a committee to have a look into report back to council. If they've got the time and the energy to do it, and they might come back with a good suggestion. Surely if they come back with a rubbish suggestion, we should be smart enough here to say, oh, no, you've just wasted your time. So if the councils want to go ahead and do it, I just can't see anything wrong with it, myself personally.
Thanks, Councillor
So that's
Stewart.
why
I think we've got a pretty good chance of coming back with a good suggestion.
Well, I hope so. I hope you do.
But you've got a good rubbish detector, so I know you'll be able to detect it.
Thank you.
So I think we just keep it simple and you put the motion.
Is there anybody speaking against?
Can I propose an amendment?
Yes.
Can I propose that, Mayor, with respect, you be dropped off the committee because you may well have to chair the meeting again when the report comes back to you, and so you'd be conflicted if you're actually a member of the committee. And can I recommend that Councillor Thaler be appointed in your place as a member of the expert panel to assess the adequacy of our insurance?
Look, you know, Councillor Williamson can accept that change or not, but as I'm sort of named, I'm happy to acknowledge that I'm an insurance
I think it's a good balance. I think it's a good balance what you've got there, those 3 councils to have a go. I think that they're all passionate about it. They can read reports and have a look.
Just
bring a report back to us. I mightn't agree with it.
Would you like me to talk about the amendment?
I would.
I'm the one.
So what do we, no, just councillors, please. Councillor Williamson, would you like to accept the suggested amendment, or we can debate it as a separate amendment, or Councillor Winnie can?
No, I don't accept the amendment. I did think quite hard about balancing the sort of mindset and the skills on the report, and no doubt Councillor Thaler will share his views with us anyhow.
Okay, so the amendment.
And I'm not concerned that you'll have a conflict bringing it back because it's merely a report.
Oh, yeah.
So Councillor Rennie has suggested an amendment that point C be amended to appoint Councillors Williamson, Rose and Thaler to the committee. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? Sorry, Councillor Rennie, that's next. Yeah. So that's. I should have.
Can I move the motion?
I can hear the conflicts now. Okay, what we'll do is, Councillor Williamson, you may have a right of reply.
Thank you. Well, look, thank you for the debate. Unfortunately, we did get dragged into the water tank matter a bit too much. Look, again, my intention here is merely for us, frankly, to do our job and to take fresh looks at what we do as an organisation. That's what we're elected to do. We're accountable. If we don't look, how can we be accountable? And look, thank you for the debate. Yes, I agree with the suggestion that we involve Eric. I think that's a great idea. And again, you know, like seems to be the case regularly when I put things up, we come to a compromise view. So with no further ado, I would put it to the council.
Thank you. With that, all councillors in favour of the motion, the amended motion, please raise your hands. Councillor Stewart, Elliott, Rose, Williamson, Thaler, All those against? Councillor Summers, Higgins, Rooney, Davis, Hopkins. Tied vote. Motion is lost.
3 months.
Moving on to 11.2, new Rural Fire Services Headquarters. Councillor Thaler, your motion.
Sorry, just slow down for
Yep.
minutes for a minute.
Sorry.
So you don't want to be council.
You don't want to look under the bonnet.
No.
Have to hope it's all okay.
Don't worry about the budget.
No. Said it wouldn't have hurt any longer.
You right? Yeah. Okay, so Councillor Thaler, do we have a seconder to item 11.2, new Rural Fire Services Headquarters? No seconder? If the motion is not seconded, we'll move on to item 11.
What's the motion?
11.
RFS headquarters, second.
Madam Chair.
Oh, I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Williamson seconded. Councillor Thaler, you have 5 minutes.
I've tried to cover the explanation for this report as best I could with the proposed that we basically are seeking information. So there are obviously new councillors and there are returning councillors. So the opportunity is for the new councillors to be informed of what is going on with this potentially significant project. Again, I seek to learn the lessons of the past. This council was given money to build a sports facility up at the back of the high school on high school land, and we sort of find out to our surprise we don't own it. We lease it off the school. It costs nearly 10 times as much to run as we receive an income. And by all accounts, even with our, I know he's not here, but in the briefing we were told, pretty terrible deal. We really need to...
Point of order, Councillor Thaler. Oh, not a point, sorry, I just... all us councillors knew that that was a position on the previous council when we supported it. So I just want to give you a bit of a fact. So we did know that the deal that was the education department was funding 30% in the council. But the councillors of the day did know. You were there, Councillor Williams.
We did not.
Yes, we
I did not know the value.
No, but we had that information given to us because I know what we raised concerns about a business case at the time, but that information was available.
It was approved without a business case.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Gentlemen, Councillor Thaler, you're...
Sorry about that, Councillor.
No, I appreciate your assistance, Councillor Stewart. It's it kind of goes to the point that it'd be better to ensure that we all know what's happening. We've seen in the action updates that there were issues that sprung up with requiring a transformer to make the low voltage supply. The electricity in the street circuit isn't enough to run this new facility. There's a new transformer required. Potentially that's an RFS cost. I'd like to see the contract documents to make sure that it's not then secretly a council cost. We undertook to provide the services connections. Electricity is a services connection. So we were also trying to sell 2 blocks of land in Leesville Estate, which is in Jindabyne Industrial. There were some delays. We were hoping that the $500,000 odd worth of proceeds would be enough to pay the expected $500,000 cost of these service connections. These are now many years old, these plans, and we all know that we've had a significant cost in capital items. So I think it's a bit of an opportunity to get a refresh on it. I've got A through I, the contract between council and RFS, any document that sets out ownership. Again, it's a slightly confusing process because the land is owned by Snowy Hydro. Snowy Hydro were gifting 2 hectares of land to us. We were bringing that land on, and then we're proposing to establish a facility we'll need to make sure whether it is ours or whether it is RFS's. Then we've got the crossover between how much RFS stuff do we actually still fund, and yet we also still pay an emergency services levy. The expected insurance cost, because there will be an insurance cost most likely, the expected rent and income, if any, we've heard anecdotally there'll be no rent. Details of the funding to be provided brought to the council from the Crown obviously being above the RFS. The net proceeds from the sale of the tied land at Leesville, net of all development and planning costs. I believe there have been impacts with removing boulders and the like, so we might not have a full $500,000 net proceeds from that land. There was some talk of selling a third block or something to help make a top up. So, and whilst you might think I'm a bit cheeky in eye where I said the CEO to certify in writing that the council will not be required to pay for any hydrocarbon fuels used at the site, there is a persistent story around the community that this council pays for a lot of the diesel used in some of the remote RFS sites around our shire, particularly with respect to red fleet vehicles, because they're still ours. I've asked this question, others have asked this question, certainly I believe it's been asked in a previous council. It'd be nice to get to the bottom and get an answer. Do we pay for fuel used by the RFS? And it's not to say that we shouldn't, but it's just to get clarity, the same as we've asked to clarify who owns the red fleet, where is the red fleet, etc. So really what it is can you provide us this information? We accept there were some problems with the sports facility. There was a couple of lessons we could learn. Let's have a contracts on the table conversation about this and make sure that we're not being sold a pup. I note that the sods, plural, were turned some years ago as a lead up to the New South Wales state election. Some lovely shiny shovels and a whopping great big helicopter. We turned the sods to signify construction commencing. And the only thing that's happened in regards to construction was the divots resulting from the turning of the sods. Where are we at? What is it going to cost? And can we get this information so that we are making an informed decision and we are comfortable in moving forward with the project?
Thank you, Councillor Thaler. A speaker against the motion? Councillor Rooney.
I've been advised by the Royal Fire Service that this project is on time and below budget, and there are no grounds for concern. We are building a road, I understand, which is estimated to cost $500,000. The rest of it is RFS project and will have its own funding. The CEO has actually answered most of the questions Councillor Thaler raised in his response. And he has said that the monthly reports that the RFS makes to council already provides much of the information sought. So there's really no need for this motion. Now, there were certainly no grounds for concern about the joint operation facility, which will be, I think, a model project once complete that council and the RFS will be very proud of, and will certainly improve our ability to respond and operate in emergency circumstances, because it brings together the RFS headquarters and the Emergency Operations Centre into one facility. It'll be great for training purposes and will facilitate, obviously, better communications between the RFS and the emergency operation people in the event of an emergency. Now, I get the feeling that Councillor Thaler is attempting to generate smoke around this project, suggesting there's something wrong with it. No, I don't think there's any fire behind here. I don't think there's any grounds for us to be concerned or to get involved or to place additional reporting burdens upon the RFS when, on the CEO's advice, their existing reporting requirements will answer all of the questions that councillors may have. So, councillors, let's not impugn the RFS in any way. Let's not try and cast a pall over this project. It's going well. It's it's on track. It's got to be great when it's finished. And why do we want to shackle the RFS in additional reporting obligations, which are really not necessary for us to get involved in? So, councillors, I recommend we vote this one down.
Thank you, Councillor Rooney. Councillor Williamson?
I have a number of questions, if I may.
Sure.
First of all, Councillor Thaler, where in your motion are we seeking to require the Rural Fire Service to do anything?
We're not.
Thank you. To the CEO through the chair, is it the case that when construction is complete, that the facility will become the property of the council?
Through you, Madam Chair, I might refer that to Mr. Gargett. What's the nature of the contract? I haven't seen this contract at this point. Councillor Williamson?
For the record, councillors were advised over a year ago that that would be the case.
Okay.
Just seeking to see if that is continuing to be the case.
Through you, I'm aware of the land. I'm not totally afraid with that arrangement. I'm happy to bring that back to council, that position. Yep.
So at the briefing where that was provided to us by Mr. Smith, as I recall, he also advised that the operating cost to council would be over $1 million per year. Is that the case?
Again, through you, Madam Chair, I'd have to take that on notice, Councillor Williamson.
We were also advised at that meeting that no rent would be paid, and in fact, council would pay the outgoing costs on the building, which would be part of that operational cost. Is that still the case?
Yep. Sorry, Mr. Rawlings.
I may need to clarify something there, that the arrangements that we have is that, and this may answer some of Councillor Thaler's questions, is that council does have a obligation to provide some form of rural fire service. So we incur costs in that. And for example, costs of running trucks and such forth. But we get a grant allocation from the firefighting fund to reimburse costs. So costs such as the sheds and other buildings, we normally get an allocation that reimburses us for the costs of those. So I don't know the quantums of that building. They would be in that grant funded pool of costs.
So I guess my ultimate question at the highest level is, what's the net cost to council that we need to fund out of our budget once this facility is up and operational? And is that being incorporated into our current budget plan?
Through you, Madam Chair, again, I would have to take that on notice, Councillor Williamson. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And should this get up, we would cover those things.
So if I could speak for the motion.
If I may, just to clarify, the majority of the costs that would be relating that would be under the grants, because the majority of the costs relating to the existing building. I can't say 100% because I don't know 100% without having looked at it.
Yep.
But it tends to be that those are the sorts of costs that are funded out of the rural firefighting maintenance budget that we get.
We also have to pay a rural firefighting service levy, don't we?
Yes, that's not calculated based on our expenses. That's just calculated based on the entire amount of funding.
Well, if I could speak for the motion, I guess I appreciate the view that the facility is needed and it'll be wonderful. I'm sure it will be. What I'd like to get some absolute clarity on is the financial impact on a financially strapped council. If indeed my recollection is correct, and it's somewhere between $1 million and $1.5 million net operating cost increase, that pretty much wipes out the $1 million that we're targeting in unrestricted cash. So I'd just like to know the facts, and I've asked a bunch of questions, and the answers were we'd have to come back to you. That's fair enough. I think the motion's a great vehicle for getting those answers done. For that reason, I would recommend that we vote for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker against? Councillor Davis?
This facility is going to be a huge addition to our community. The RFS is probably one of our most valued volunteer services. And many of us have needed the RFS to put our fires on our properties. And having a fire on your property and being put at risk is a very scary event. Technology and the way we fight fires has changed significantly. And having a facility that actually has a helicopter at the back of it is a huge bonus for this community. And we are very lucky to be able to get this into the future. My understanding was, from the briefing, was that the RFS would be paying for all costs related to the day-to-day operation of that facility. That we, as a partner in this project of all buildings that the RFS actually use, that's all of our fire sheds, etc., are property of council. That is the way it has worked in partnership. And if we want to change that, we have to change the Act from 1997 where RFS facilities remain the property of council. I would be very careful in regard to Councillor Williamson's view on this, because this is a really valuable service. The RFS pay their own ongoing day-to-day costs, and we do get a subsidy. We do get a subsidy.
Councillor Williamson, your point of order.
I don't believe Councillor Davis is representing me appropriately. I don't have a point of view on this. In fact, I started my speech by saying I don't have a point of view on this. What I asked a series of questions regarding the cost to council once this facility is up. Didn't say a single word about whether we should have it or not. In fact, I said I thought it would be a wonderful asset.
Not quite a point
Councillor
of order,
Davis
but
is making
I will ask
a case
Councillor
that's
Davis
inaccurate.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. It's not quite a point of order, but I will ask Councillor Davis to be careful about implying what another councillor may or may not have said.
Noted. This facility is a real opportunity for this community to have state-of-the-art facility to allow better protection of all of our landholder assets and community assets. And the cost to this council will be, to my understanding, shared between the RFS and council. We always have an obligation to actually fund RFS services, and we pay our contribution. We also get a huge subsidy back, and that will actually be made up in that process. Whatever happens, we need to have the best protection we can have. We are a high-risk area, and we need to have really good protections in place.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. I just have one question for the CEO. Given that work has already commenced, will the outcome of this motion, if it's sort of carried or otherwise, affect possible works that are actually taking place at the moment?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't believe so, but again, Mr. Gargett, would you like to comment on that? I know you were looking to report some information in relation to this to council shortly anyway.
Yes, through we're looking at bringing a report back in May on this very item. If this was to proceed, it wouldn't slow up any of the development at all.
Thank you.
Sorry, if I just seek clarification.
Yes.
Council isn't constructing the facility, are we?
That's correct.
Right. So this motion can't stop the construction, is it?
No, my concern was in relation to
we're doing associated
works.
Yes. So we're doing associated works, and I think part of the motion is trying to understand whether the budget for that has increased in relation to the need for a substation and so forth, if I understood it.
That's what.
So all we're asking is information. There's nothing in here that says to stop anything, right? Obviously, you won't be breaching the law that you've already been allocated.
So I will clarify, if I may, through Councillor Thaler, the cost projections of the project. Is the project the portion that council would be funding? Because I'm not aware of the full cost of the full project with the tender process. We're not involved in that process. I just want to be clear that is that what the question is?
Councillor Thaler, you may want to reword your point B, given that that's something which can't be provided by council.
Well, point B says any document or agreement that sets out
Right, large B.
the cost projections of the project, including the now overrun cost of the electrical services connection. So you put in
Project to council.
councils. It's a council project and there's a project within a project.
The entire project is not council's project. So would you like to reword large B to be the cost projections to council of the project, for example?
Sure, I can accept that.
Councillor, sorry. Councillor Stewart?
Can I just get a quick point of clarification on this? If I'm reading it right, the cost to council is the $500,000 to put the road in?
Construction.
Yeah.
And the electrical connections and so.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's my understanding of the estimate at that time, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
whether that's changed, I'm not up to speed on that.
So, but the normal other contributions that council's got to make to the RFS that's the normal process that we go through each year in the budget. Is this how much extra do we have to pay when we get this facility built? Is it going to be a bigger burden on council or not?
Well, I think that's the question. But what we're talking about here initially is the cost of this project, building this facility to council.
Yeah,
and
and
it's not
my
council's
understanding is
project.
$500,000.
Whatever that latest estimate is, because Councillor Thaler is indicating in that there has been a now overrun in relation to the electrical services connection. I'm not aware of that at this stage, but we can get some advice on that.
Yeah.
But what impact the new facility, once constructed and operating, will have on our annual contributions that we have to pay and make towards the operations of the Rural Fire Service operations annually. I don't know what those projections are yet.
So is there any?
I imagine that increased costs of a new facility will have some impact on council, and the extent, as Mr. Rawlings said, the extent to which they would be grant funded and reimbursed to us is yet to be sorted out. We don't know that yet. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
But should this get up, we would explore all those things and report back.
Thank you.
Councillor Rose.
I'll speak for the motion. Look, I think that great saying that says the result of all communication is misunderstanding applies here. The speakers against this motion have mischaracterised the story completely. It's just extraordinary to think that we could be in the same room and hearing different things, because this sounds like it's an anti-RFS story. Councillor Davis is sort of speaking passionately like we've got to support the RFS, and Councillor Rooney is saying, there's nothing to do with supporting or not supporting the RFS. This is a situation where we don't want to get the three-card trick played against us. And someone moves the story and finds out that we've got a bucket of cash that we haven't budgeted for that we don't know anything about. So this is just sensible. And I think that if you look at any government-funded project, you find that there's overruns, and sometimes they're significant. With the ferries in Scotland, they were cost overruns of like 6 or 7-fold what was funded as projected as being around 100 million, ended up being 500 million pounds. But we could go everything snowy to, doesn't matter what it is, whatever the situation is, we need to know the bottom line. And this is not to speak in any way against the vital work of the RFS and that they must have the best equipment. What we're doing and what Councillor Thaler is proposing, as far as I can understand, is to just be informed about what the situation is and see what the worst case scenario is. Councillor Williamson has outlined to us that we may be up for additional $1 million a year. That's not in our budget. And no one on the staff can tell us whether that's a situation or not. We just need to know. And this motion will put us in that situation. So this is not in any way an anti-RFS story, and it's not a matter of a sort of an appeal to how vital the RFS is. It's not relevant at all. The relevance here for us is, what is our obligation as a council? What are our financial obligations? And Councillor Thaler rightly pointed out that there are significant projects in recent history that have ended up with a very big disparity between what the ongoing running costs are and what we're getting in income. Now, if we're required to fund an extra $1 million a year, that's a very significant story. Now, we may have to do it, but it's a very important point that we know. And all this information is just designed to actually get that information for us. It's not a threat or some sort of plot against the RFS, which has been suggested by a couple of councillors, and I think probably just with misunderstanding. But I think the motion is quite simple. We just need information, and this is a way of getting it. So thank you.
Thank you. With that, we have a speaker against. I think nearly everybody has spoken. Councillor Bailey has a right of reply.
I move the motion be put.
I move the motion be put. Certainly. We have a motion to
Sorry,
put
is that
the motion.
is that a gag?
Point of order.
Let's move the
Yes.
motion be put.
When motions are put,
Sorry?
when motions are put, the councillor is able to do a right of reply.
Yep.
Did you call for a?
I'll call for my reply.
Yes.
So there's no point putting the motion when we're doing a right of
Let's do a
reply.
right of reply.
So
Thank you.
Anyway.
I thank
read the rules.
councillors for their contribution to the debate, and we have spoken. I thank Mr. Gaggetts as well for his information. We do know what's actually happening. We are at this very time frame trying to set next year's budget, and so being mindful of budget pressures and cost impacts is actually required of us. So in no particular order and working backwards to reply to the debate, we get a rebate funding of some description to help fund the RFS. So if we are going to suffer a cost increase in the provision of this facility, if we understood what those costs were now, we would prosecute our argument to the state government, to the Crown, to seek an increase in those rebates. So I still think it's quite valuable to understand what the cost impacts are going to be upon the council, if there are cost impacts, and then we would have a better argument to say we need to see an increase in our rebate funding. It also might result in us having an increase in our fire levy, and we could argue for a netting or a balancing effect. I wasn't trying to set the RFS on fire, as was claimed, which I thought was quite amusing. It was a nice little attempt to play on words. There's no grounds for concern over the facility. That's why we'd like to see the documents, the designs, the contracts, the arrangements, and certainly we could put that to bed. Let's not impugn the RFS. Well, I haven't. If I wanted to impugn the RFS, I would tell everybody that they will not have put a fire out on my property.
Councillor Taylor,
But I
careful.
haven't told you all that. That was theoretical. We're not asking the RFS to do anything, which I was asked. And no disrespect to the staff and Mr. Gaggetts, but we asked a question and he said he didn't know that answer. And we asked the chief executive and he didn't know that answer. We don't know that answer. The point of this motion is to get those answers as much as we can. I see some supportive nodding from the CEO. If he voted, he would appear to vote for this motion. It is going to be quite helpful to us as a committee. Councillor Stewart has concerns, and rightly so. Let's support this motion. Let's forget that this motion was moved by Councillor Thaler, and let's just pretend that this motion was moved by all of us. We all need this information for a multitude of reasons. Where are we going? How much do we need? How much do we need when we get there? What is it going to cost? And I think there was one remark made by Councillor Davis that it would be really handy to have technology and to have a facility with a helicopter at the back of it. There is a helicopter at the back of the RFS now. We already have that. So what they want to put in as a helicopter maintenance facility, which is what we don't have. What is that going to cost? So we do already have the helicopter. I think it's quite straightforward, and it's not a problem if we come back from this process and the staff can't find an answer, that's quite okay as well. It just means that that's the limit of our knowledge for this point in time. Do we have to pay for a transformer? We've asked this question previously. If we don't know, we'll keep trying to find out. It might be that someone tries to put the cost of the transformer on us, and we go and look at the documents and say, RFS has to pay all of the services costs. Well, we were foolishly going to put them in. That's what we need to get to the bottom of. If we're building a driveway, let's build the driveway. But if we don't have to put in the water and the gas, I'm not forgetting Labor or trying to ban gas, but if we don't have to put services in and the RFS are going to pay for it, then let's actually have that knowledge on paper in front of us so that we don't devolve into an argument of he says and she says. It's very simple, very straightforward. It's an information requesting motion. I will verbal the staff and suggest that they are agreeing that we do need to get this information. So I will encourage the motion to be supported.
Just,
Thank you.
I don't know.
Is that-
Can I get
We've had a right of
I
reply.
know, I just want to get a bit of clarification because I'm very undecided which way to go here.
Go for it.
Bit unconventional, Councillor Stewart. We've actually had the right of reply. Councillor Stewart, we have actually had the right of reply. I am sorry.
We did have 14 seconds on the clock, so I'm happy to yield the 14 seconds.
With all those in favour of Councillor Thaler's motion 11.2, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Rose, Councillor Williamson, Councillor Thaler.
Go on.
Those against, Councillor Summers, Councillor Higgins, Councillor...
Well, Summers for the motion.
So, where are we going?
Well,
Those,
what
I was
Unanimous.
trying to go against, but I feel Councillor Stewart's not
Oh,
going
I'll go.
either way.
I'll go.
All that, we don't do the vote again. All those in favour of the
Yeah,
motion.
I'd like to got a point. But
Councillor Stewart, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Rose, Councillor Williamson, Councillor Thaler, Councillor Hopkins. Those against? Councillor Summers, Councillor Higgins, Councillor Rooney, Councillor Davis. The motion is carried.
Well done.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 11.3.
11 points.
Questions taken on notice. Councillor Thaler, motion that questions taken on notice by staff be answered within 30 days. If the question is not able to be answered, it be recorded in the minutes. All questions taken on notice must be recorded in the meeting minutes and noted as such. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Councillor Rose. Councillor Thaler, your motion.
Thank you. The motion speaks for itself. We have debated many times. Oh, I feel a filibuster coming on. You haven't started your timer. I'll be here all
Generous.
night.
Hurry up.
come on.
We have actually asked questions in the various meetings and we haven't always got answers. And what I'm trying to do here is to put a little performance improvement order on the staff that if we have a question on notice, it's relevant, it's important, it's come up as a matter of business, that there should be a time limit because at the moment, there is no time limit on providing that answer. I think that it is not unreasonable to say generally we'd like it within 30 days, indicating we'd like it for the next meeting, maximum is 60 days if it's a tricky question, and that if it's unable to be answered, can you just tell us that you can't answer it and we'll record that in the minutes. It's not actually a problem. It's not really a hurdle. It's fairly self-evident. I encourage the support of this motion. I don't even think we need to really debate it. It's really just a simple procedural adjustment for the staff.
Is it that simple?
It is.
Hands up. Again, Councillor Williamson.
Just to align the simpleness, I'd just like to see a couple of clarifications.
Oh, no, it's too simple.
Yeah, I know, we're worried. Councillor Williamson.
First of all, Councillor Thaler, we have questions on notice that are formally asked as part of the council agenda. Are you referring to those or are you referring to questions that are raised through the council meeting that staff undertake to provide an answer for?
I was actually referring to questions through the meeting.
Right. Could I suggest then a very slight amendment to be that any questions asked during council meetings that are not answered in the council meeting answered within the timeframe.
Yeah, happy to take that amendment.
Thank you. And would you also consider amending the motion so that those questions are recorded in the minutes of the meeting where they're asked, so that we have a record of what they are? Oh, is that so? Okay, thank you. Does that need to be agenda to be not on notice? All questions as per item A?
Yes, all questions taken on notice must be recorded.
Except we've removed the on notice bit. So all questions as per item A.
Yes. No, it's important to leave the notice because there's a difference between questions asked and then questions asked and that they're taken on notice. This is really strictly to limit the questions on notice, the formality of that.
Again, I just want to clarify, does that mean that if I ask a question today and the CEO says, oh, look, despite my vast knowledge, I don't know that precise answer, that would be recorded in the minutes?
No, he has to take it on notice.
And so that means he's taking that on notice.
I agree with you. Okay. So I have a similar question into what actually happens to the question. The question is taken on notice, that's fine. Okay. Are we requesting that there's now a sort of a separate line item of the minutes that says, Councillor Williamson has the following question on
the questions.
Yes. That's what you're asking?
I have seen that done before.
Yep.
That'd be a great way to do it. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Just we'll point out a note in there that last part is a change to the code of meeting practice. Technically, you should not make without first consulting the community unless you consider it an insignificant change. So it'd be good to consider that aspect of it.
Yeah, you got to go through it.
Yeah. Which we will do with the
significance. So but you just should consider that aspect.
In thinking about this motion, you mean?
Part C. Yeah. Because the requirement for the code of meeting practice is not to make any change and any significant change without first going to public consultation and then considering feedback from the consultation.
Well, we're going to blend this in with, we're waiting for the Minister's revised code of meeting practice document to be published. So we will probably then have to take that model document, draft our version, and this will blend into that.
Councillor Taylor, would you like to, there you go.
Sorry.
I was just wondering if you would be interested in rewording it, given that there are a number of changes that we've already established need to be done to the code of meeting practice, and this appears to be another one. So would you consider rewording it somewhat to say, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, but when the code of meeting practice is revised, this type of activity is included? Change to the document, because at the moment, if this is approved, then we'll be doing a number of changes to the code of meeting practice and going out a number of times to the community.
No, Mr. Rawlings just explained that it's likely considered a minor amendment, which doesn't need to go to the community. And the argument would be, if we consider it a minor amendment and it might only need to exist for a month, the minister's revised code of meeting practice is effectively imminent. It's probably going to be released in the next month. So,
CEO?
Could I comment? If I was asked the question on this, was this a significant change that required advertising? I'd say no, it was a minor amendment. Taking on board Mr. Rawlings' comments that you need to consider that, I would suggest you could add a part D that said council does not consider this a significant change to the code of meeting practice, which would otherwise require public consultation.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Done. Yeah, you've taken it into consideration. Yep. That covers your concern. Yep.
I was happy just that it was raised in the meeting because we have something to
that's formally noted
back to, but that's fine. Yeah.
And then that would be implemented immediately.
Do we need to add any more? The council does not consider this a significant change to the code of meeting practice.
Councillor Taylor, are you happy with that? Can we have a speaker against the motion? Councillor Rooney.
I speak against it because I have concerns that this motion could be exploited by an unscrupulous councillor to tie up staff and to waste council resources answering a myriad of questions which may or may not be particularly important, and that would distract staff from their normal business. Now, I remember the times, councillors, you may remember too, when a certain councillor would send half a dozen emails to the CEO every day, and each email would contain half a dozen questions. You know, that's 36 emails a day, you know, nearly hundreds of emails, hundreds of questions a week, 1,000 of questions a month. Now, that could be, if this was adopted, that technique could be exploited to basically paralyse staff and tie them up answering questions and not getting on with the business of council. So I think this is a significant change, and it would need to be put out to the public for comment. And I think that if it was adopted, it would be a point of vulnerability in our operating procedures that could be exploited by any council who so chose to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Rooney. Councillor Williamson?
Look, I just have a question, and perhaps to Councillor Rooney or to the CEO, but if that were a real concern, and if I chose to be a malicious councillor, an unscrupulous councillor, perhaps I could just lodge 1,000 questions on notice as part of the meeting paper.
Absolutely, you could.
Right, so that risk exists today.
Challenge accepted.
Yet it doesn't happen. So
Are we speaking for the motion?
oh, look, yes, sorry, thank you. I'd love to speak for the motion.
Sure.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do worry about the volume of matters that come before us and that we talk about and things that we ask for that don't seem to come back to councillors. And it's hard to put your finger on what the number is because we often don't have a record of them. And I think this is a very sensible way forward. It allows us to capture the questions that we've all heard in meetings, record them in the minutes, and to provide a list ultimately for the CEO to direct the staff to do. And I think Councillor Thaler has been quite reasonable in saying that what we're asking for is visibility of those answers. If they can't be answered, then let us know. If they can't be answered within the time frame that's proposed, let us know. I do this every day when I sit down with my customers and my teams and do project management. You know, I say to the team, are you on track? They'll say yes. I'll ask them hard questions. It'll turn out they're not. And then I'll ask them to go and do stuff, and we have a list to deal with. It's just good governance, good practical management. It's a no-brainer. We should vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Do we have a speaker against the motion?
Yeah, well, I'm partly against it. I just want to get some clarification for you. How much extra work is that going to be on staff to do it? Because I think we've got to be well aware of the costs of all these things we do. We're trying to run a good, and you've got to be efficient. You've got to run a transparent organisation the best you can, but I just don't, I need a bit of confidence in that we're not just overdoing it and what the cost is to, for this extra work on staff. And can I get a point of view from either General Manager or David Rawlings?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Look, the reason we have staff, senior staff and other staff that come to the meeting, as we had today with Mr. Smith and the planner and the briefing this morning, that we try to bring the relevant staff along so that we can answer, ideally, all of your questions at the meeting. Yeah, so that's our aim, is to answer all of your questions at the meeting. It's only those that left field questions, things that we haven't considered, that we would take on notice. And that's always going to happen, but it doesn't happen very often. Yeah. Generally, we are able to answer your questions at the meeting. So where legitimately we can't answer at the meeting, and we try in good faith to do it, but where we admit, hand up, we don't have that today, we will take that on notice. Yeah. And it's an obligation on us to report back. All this is doing, as I see it, and I think Councillor Thaler explained that well, is putting a performance measurement on us to actually do it within a time frame. It's also an additional governance procedure that the motion proposes, is to have that question taken on notice, and it's got to be related to the business at hand. It's got to be related to the item that on the agenda of the council. They're not left field questions that aren't related to the business. So genuinely, they're recorded in the meeting for good governance practices. We've got a corporate record of that coming up in the system, and we will provide a response back. So in terms of additional work, none. Yep. We need to do it anyway. Yeah, I see it as a governance parameters around the process.
Thank you. Then, Speaker, so that was a question, Councillor Rose. Speak for the motion.
I'll be brief. I think, once again, Councillor Stewart's issues, I think are just a misunderstanding of what's required here. So I just wanted to clarify. I think, Councillor Stewart, this is not an increased workload, because what we've got is, on the odd cases where questions during the meeting aren't answered, they're written down. It's like an aide-memoire for the staff to help them to remember what the story is. And so I think it's quite sensible. I think there's a range of things that have come up, and staff always do their best to answer the questions, but there are some things that need a bit more research, and so it's just good having that in there. So I think this is simple. I think there's no reason to see anything sinister in this motion. It's really to help the staff, and it actually helps us to keep a track of the things that we may have lost track of. So it's definitely consistent with the Local Government Act, which I just remind councillors again says that full and complete minutes must be kept. It's not a should, it's a must. And councillors have chosen to ignore that, but that's okay. This would actually help in that process.
Report order. Councillor Rose. Thank you, Councillor Rose. With that, has any speakers against? In that case, we will let Councillor Thaler have a right of reply. You have 5 minutes.
5 minutes speaks for itself. Thank you very much. Don't need 5 minutes.
Thank you.
With that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour of the motion, Councillor Higgins, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Rose, Councillor Williamson, Councillor Thaler, Councillor Hopkins, Councillor Summers. Those against, Councillor Rooney, Councillor Davis. The motion is carried. Moving on to...
Councillor Summers has voted for one of my motions.
Thank you very much. Moving on to 11.4. We might... this motion is that council will end all COVID restrictions and directions across the entire LGA. Please join the meeting, Councillor Thaler. End all COVID mandates and requirements. Councillor Thaler, this is your motion. Do we have a seconder?
Sure.
Second, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Thaler, you have 5 minutes.
Who remembers COVID? It's just like distant memory these days. Take a breath. Isn't it so good to breathe without face masks? Wonderful.
It's risky. It's risky.
It's risky. A funny story for you. Where I was working in Nowra yesterday, picking up a load of stuff, my new mate bought me all these boxes, these cardboard boxes, and he said, "Can you take this shit?" And I looked at it and I said, "Well, what is it?"
I'm
quoting.
in regard to language.
Not on.
He was quoting someone.
Please take me at my word that that's what he said. Quoting him accurately. Well, quoting people accurately is appropriate. And I looked at it and it's surface sanitizer. And I said, "Why would you give me surface sanitizer? I'm here to pick up the things I bought off you." And he said, "Oh, trying to get rid of it." I had to get rid of pallets of it. And he had pallets of it. Nobody wants it anymore. It is not really a thing that we need to be tangling ourselves up with. To be serious, what I'm actually getting at here is to address a potential psychosocial bullying aspect of this council to staff and to the general public. If you walk into a council building, you're still confronted by hand sanitisers and signs and COVID signs and the like. We don't have restrictions anymore. We don't have mandates. We don't have COVID requirements. I did hear a line at one of our discussions about the landfill. We were struggling to recruit people to work at our landfill. And one of the answers from the HR department was due to vaccine requirements. And I wanted to make sure what vaccines were you required to have to work at the tip. Now, I've been in scrap metal. I'm 52 now. I started my scrap metaling career when I was 12, but I actually started my own business when I was about 21 and never had tetanus. I've had some cuts and injuries. I don't have any vaccine requirements to work in scrap metal and waste. I don't think we need to keep pushing this idea. I'm trying to clean up legacy problems. If we remove the signs from libraries and public facilities, people who have a problem or a fundamental objection or a traumatic memory as to how they were treated, ostracised, not allowed to do things, we remove that aspect of the bullying, the remembering. I want staff to feel comfortable in all of our workplaces that we don't have this expectation that you should use that hand sanitizer station when you come in to this facility. It's personal choice. It's personal freedom. It's tidying up some of the things that we've done as a society that we now regret. We did cause a lot of trauma to people. So what I'm trying to get at is we end all COVID and restrictions and directions across the entire LGA. Wherever we have a footprint, if we have these signs or these directions, we must remove them. There has been a guerrilla campaign to secretly remove them. I'm happy to share knowledge of, but it's easier to actually just make it.
I do take umbrage at your suggestion of a guerrilla campaign where it's quite clearly in the business papers that signage is being updated and when no longer required can be removed. So maybe just rephrase the statement there.
I'm aware of a guerrilla campaign that was waged to remove signs.
Councillor Taylor, I can repeat myself.
There.
Just be careful with your
Yes, I
insinuation.
didn't identify anyone.
Sorry, question.
Yes.
I didn't read the council paper.
CEO response, signage or information that is no longer required can be reviewed and removed.
As I understand Councillor Thaler, he's referring to members of the community who are actively removing signage.
Council staff do.
No, I was referring to...
You did not.
No, you got it wrong.
Misunderstood.
Yes.
No,
No,
he may have, of course, been referring to rampant gorillas, but I think he
That's a very good point. Yes.
Yes.
Councillor Taylor?
No, that we're not staff. And end all COVID mandates and requirements, I think we need to make it clear that as an organisation, we no longer press people to be up to date with boosters or anything like that. It's a simple tidy up. It's to address the potential psychosocial bullying that there are people I know who would like to apply for a council job. They object to the COVID agenda and so they haven't applied. I think we could benefit from their applications. Let's welcome them back to our workforce.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Davis.
I find this motion really challenging because we don't have any control over restrictions. To the best of my knowledge, there are no restrictions. It's good knowledge, community knowledge. COVID is still very much running around our community and people who are immunocompromised, especially young children, are getting COVID, RSV and the flu and becoming very, very sick. It's good that the community actually know about that. But as far as council goes, it's up to the individual as to whether they wish to clean their hands with hand sanitizer. And the fact that we just have an awareness around COVID is really, really important. Talking to vaccinations of staff, we need to be clear about what staff vaccinations are required to work in areas like the tip. And I would think that under an occupational health and safety requirement, FA would be one of those vaccinations, and tetanus would be very much in line with that. And in other industries, you are required to be vaccinated against infectious diseases that can actually affect your health. So I don't understand what this motion is actually trying to achieve when it's a public health issue. We do have awareness in the community around COVID. It's like the flu. Every winter we have awareness around the flu and the current strain of flu, and lately it's more around RSV and being very, very aware of that. If people choose not to be vaccinated, choose not to have their children vaccinated, that's totally up to them. Nobody can make you do that. But at the end of the day, the whole program around COVID is awareness these days, not restriction.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Williamson?
Can I just clarify, please, a question to the CEO through the chair? Is there any requirement for our staff to be vaccinated or to have up-to-date vaccination, or is it incorporated in any of our recruitment requirements?
Through you, Madam Mayor, not to my knowledge that that's a specific requirement for blanket recruiting. There may be a requirement for some of our service delivery areas, particularly in relation to the, as we mentioned in the CEO note, in the service delivery areas involving vulnerable people, that there may be health regulation requirements for certain vaccinations, but no blanket from council.
And did council, did staff separate from council who weren't vaccinated? Was that a requirement?
Through you, Madam Chair, I can't comment on that. I wasn't here at the time, but
Don't recall hearing of any.
Mr. Rawlings?
No, I don't know, but I don't recall hearing of any.
Certainly it didn't happen at my previous council where I was there at the time of COVID.
Speaker for the
Sorry, one more question. What cost beyond that we've already programmed in would passing this motion involve?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't believe there'd be any additional costs. What we would do is, as a part of our normal operations and routines, if there's signage that needed to be removed, that as part of general cleaning duties or whatever else, that those things would be done. We wouldn't have a special task force established for 6 months to go out and actually do this as a specific
Clean
project.
up as we go.
As we would.
Okay, thank you.
The only thing I'd add is the footprint things on the floor are pretty solid things, so
They wear off over time.
We'd have to not do other maintenance while the people are trying to get those things off the tile.
Would happen over time.
No one pays attention on me now. So.
The motion calls for them to be removed.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. It says
And
end.
all COVID restrictions and directions, those things.
Footprints can stay. I don't care if you want to stand on the footprint.
I don't get it. They're just the direction to.
Sanitizer in the hallway.
I don't oppose it. The issue is that I have, I just answered the question. I have some feedback from members of the community who have gone into a council facility, and in one case there was the sort of stern look pointing at the hand sanitizer, or there was another occasion saying, how dare you come in here without cleaning your hands? So it will be a direction to staff that they can freely use the hand sanitizer, but don't expect people to use it. That's really where we tidy up our messaging.
Thank you. Councillor Rose, speaking for.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. I think this is a much more important motion than it appears just at first glance, because it's actually what's happened around the COVID, and everyone's got a bit of amnesia, was there was dramatic government overreach such as we've never seen in this country before. Now, it's interesting that in the last few weeks, the Australian Human Rights Commission has published a very critical report. It's almost a couple of 100 pages long, that actually looks into the story of overreach in relation to COVID. And the project actually undertook a quantitative survey of 3,032 Australians taken for every state. 18 surveys were conducted from the 24th of May to the 7th of June. And then there was a range of online story submissions that were put in place. Many people and communities were engaged, and they said they felt they were overlooked and left isolated due to the blanket and inflexible policies that failed to consider local realities. And so the Australian Human Rights Commission said that there were failures in compassionate exemption, leaving many people unable to visit dying family members. We know about that as well. Or to return home in their time of need. The Melbourne Tower lockdowns were deemed a severe response that violated Victorian human rights and barriers faced by First Nations communities, migrant communities and people with disability in accessing essential information and services. So they have a range of recommendations in their report. I just would encourage everyone to read that. The report is called Collateral Damage, and I think it's a very well-framed report. The recommendations are that human rights as a priority should be embedded in decision-making, meaningful consultation with all communities, especially vulnerable groups.
Councillor Rose, Councillor Davis?
There's a relevance to this motion in regard to what Councillor Rose is saying. I totally respect the human rights report, but this is a council facility and service, and we have no COVID restrictions because the COVID pandemic COVID still exists, but it's an everyday disease. And whilst we still have information around COVID, I'm trying to link the two. Is this report relevant to the motion?
Councillor Davis, thank you. I will actually overrule that, but I must admit I was slightly confused as well. I was just wanting to see where you were going. I think we need to be very careful about what the motion is here in terms of what SMRC is doing in relation to COVID versus, I guess, a review of the overall reaction to the COVID pandemic. So if you can link it, I'd be interested to see that, but I'm slightly concerned that we might be arguing something bigger than the motion before us at the moment.
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor. I was unable to attend the training, but could you provide guidance as to which part of the Code of Meeting Practice restricts the topic and that Councillor Rose would be introducing?
You do need to speak to it to or against a motion.
Sure, but there's wide latitude.
Sorry?
There's nothing specifically that says you can't cover a wide latitude.
That's exactly right. So, which is why we were indulging it. But I'm slightly concerned that which is what I've just suggested, that we just need to be careful to stick to topic rather than going off on a.
If you haven't offended a clause that doesn't exist, how could you be concerned about it?
So, Councillor,
there's no clause in the Code of Meeting Practice that says you must speak narrowly. Yes, that you must speak narrowly in your speech.
You need to speak for a motion or against a motion. Now, if Councillor Rose is indeed speaking for the motion, which he seems to be,
he could start with the story of his childhood to get there if he wished to, as long as he doesn't consume his time.
He needs to speak for the motion.
Indeed, he was.
Councillor Rose, continue speaking for the motion.
I will give you more time. I will give you some cruelly lost time because of Councillor Davis's unreasonable intervention.
Yeah.
I think the issues here that are so important to this motion is we have to understand the background to this. This was a shocking situation that happened to us in 2020, 21 and 22. It happened, it impacted everyone across the whole region. And the Australian Human Rights Commission has actually outlined some of the issues, and we need to be aware of it as a local community, because there will be a time come again when government overreach will happen. And there's an issue of really what do councils' role play in this? So the Australian Human Rights Commission said that there needed to be much more proportionate responses. There needed to be a risk balanced with compassion. There needed to be targeted communication. We needed to empower and supporting local communities. Now, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's exactly the situation that we're trying to do here, is to put this in place in terms of our local communities and our local issues around COVID restrictions that might be there. And then in terms of another sort of outcome is that there's been a very interesting article written just recently by Steve Watson in one of our national newspapers called Self-Inflicted COVID Damage, Only in Hindsight. What a sick joke that was. And he really outlines the lack of humanity and the requirements to put in place what ended up being vaccine requirements across communities in relation to schools and hospitals with a vaccine that wasn't fully tested and wasn't supported by any scientific endeavour. And so I think what we can find ourselves in is a situation as a local community that we have to stand up and be accountable and support local communities where there seems to be government overreach at a level above us. So I think Councillor Thaler's motion is quite an important one, because while we would like to think that actually it's all gone away, there will be a time with another pandemic coming when the government will try and tell us what to do. So the motion here, I think, is so important because it's just a way of recognising some of the issues we've had. It's been recognised in this very big report by the Australian Human Rights Commission that the issues taken by government, which haven't been recognised and haven't been acknowledged, have not been addressed with government overreach and mandated vaccines. And many, many people in hospitals and schools lost their job because they were required to be vaccinated. What the Human Rights Commission is suggesting is that we need to have much more impact from local communities and feedback from local communities, and local communities making their decisions available with respect to compassion and the evidence that's available. So I think this motion is quite a simple one, because it's saying that we should end all COVID restrictions and directions across the LGA and all COVID mandates and requirements. You could say, well, it's no longer relevant, but it's actually relevant because in the background, there's an emergency act that could come into place and try and push us into a situation in the future. And this is just a recommendation and a reminder that we actually need to be alert, because there is government overreach. It's been widely recognised in this extensive report from the Australian Human Rights Commission. And we, as the custodians of the story for the local community and their requirements and their rights, we need to be aware of it. So I think this motion just helps us to remember that. And it's important, I think, that we just simply pass this and move on.
Thank you, Councillor Rose. Do we have a speaker against the motion? Councillor Higgins.
Yes, I'm going to speak against the motion after hearing some of the things that have been said around the table. Keeping ourselves and each other safe from all communicable diseases is really important, whether they be COVID or the flu or whatever's going to come at us next. So there's not enough in this for me to trust what it is or what it isn't. Whilst I respect that Councillor Rose has these opinions, I don't agree with them. COVID impacted not just this region, but the whole world. And it was, and whilst there's a lot of navel gazing at the moment to learn lessons from our responses around the world, this was our first pandemic in my lifetime anyway, so we do need to be ready for the next one, but the first one didn't come with an instruction manual. And the other thing is that these measures that were put in place were pretty much mandates of the Commonwealth and state governments, who have constitutional responsibility for quarantine and healthcare. So these were things that at last, if anyone wants to check, we are still at the creation of the state government. So I think it's probably not really relevant. I personally, in my opinion, am very grateful for the measures that the Australian government made during that period. It was really hard decisions had to be made, and I was impressed that they, as a group of decision makers, they made them. I have very elderly parents and parents-in-law who I like to think are alive today because of the measures we put in place very early, the steps that were taken and the vaccinations that they ended up having. I do not believe that they were unscientific. I think they've been very scientific. I don't need to go into the science of it, but I disagree with pretty much everything that Councillor Rubin just said. And I think at best this motion is irrelevant, and at worst it may have some unintended consequences of not allowing measures that people use to protect themselves and others as their own choice, and also could cause delays in any implementation in the future if necessary. So that's why I will not be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Higgins. Do we have a speaker for the motion? With that, I will.
I'd like to speak.
Sorry, Councillor
Yeah,
Stewart.
look, I think this is an overreaction. It's a state and federal government thing. The COVID's finished. I don't think it's a council issue. We're not imposing COVID restrictions on anybody, and I support a lot what Councillor Higgins said. It was tough times. Decisions were made, but the decisions were made at the time in the best interest of the whole of the country and the world. It was a big. This is not a council matter. We haven't got COVID restrictions, so can you tell me where there's COVID restrictions around now? I've for the last year or two, I haven't run into any COVID restrictions. So I think it's irrelevant, so I'm not going to support.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Williamson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of questions, if I can. So if we don't pass this motion, will someone go and stick new spots on the floors?
Through you, Madam Chair, no.
Yeah.
We have other things to do.
Yeah, thank you.
With that, I would like to ask.
Sorry, no, I'm finished. So given that we passed a motion earlier about taking questions, could I ask that a question be taken to advise councillors or to provide positive assurance that we are or are not including COVID restrictions or COVID vaccination requirements in any of our recruiting process, please?
Through you, Madam Chair, I will take that on notice. Councillor Williamson?
Gosh,
Lovely, thank you.
enact that. Let's not rescind that motion. Let's
No,
immediately.
no, and I just wanted to point out that there was no skullduggery.
Got an answer on that now.
It was merely one question, not 1,000.
Sorry, Madam Chair. In response to you, Councillor Stewart, the reason I'll take it on notice is that I'm not aware as to whether we do or we don't in certain areas of our operations where there may be health regulations that require such things. Not our requirement, not our rules. Health, New South Wales health rules. Maybe that we have to comply with others' rules.
Yeah, okay.
That's why I take it on notice. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, you're right of reply.
Thank you for the debate. It's interesting. There is a potential that there are COVID requirements in people's minds. People believe that they are required. That is the point of this, is to help clear it up, that there are people that won't go to public facilities because...
Yeah. Let Councillor Taylor have his right of reply.
So that is exactly the point of trying to attenuate psychosocial bullying. I don't want somebody to self-exclude from the library or somewhere because they don't think they're entitled to go in there. It occurs more than you think, Councillor Stewart. I know some of the people who avoid the library because they don't feel comfortable in there because they think they need to be vaccinated, and so they haven't gone to it for years. So the point is to make it clear that we as an organisation, do not require you to be vaccinated. We have moved past it. Part of it is we've still got signs around the joint. Let's make sure that we remove them. Members of the gallery can object all they like, but they didn't put themselves on the ballot paper to join the debate. So the point is we are making sure that we are open to everybody, freely, fairly, equitably. There is a possibility that there might be a requirement to be vaccinated for COVID in a home care setting as a consequence of a New South Wales health direction, and I appreciate the question being taken on notice.
Exactly.
There is
It's not a council.
But my impression is that all mandates were ended, so I think it's worth cleaning this up and looking at it. It's a simple motion. That council end all COVID restrictions and directions across the LGA.
Oh.
And a restriction can be conveyed by a
There's
sign.
a lot of chatter. Can Councillor Thaler please be listened to?
A restriction or a direction can be conveyed by a sign. When these signs were put out, they were lawful directions, and there were fines involved if you didn't follow the signs. Well, let's make sure we don't have any errant signs laying around. That's the point. And end all COVID mandates and requirements. Make sure that people don't feel like they need to be vaccinated to be a counsellor or a tip worker. You might be encouraged to get a Hep B or what have you. I don't believe they are mandatory requirements. It is an extension to this motion. This motion says COVID, focuses on COVID. It's not going to cost us anything. It's a simple matter. It's a measure of respect to those who were excluded. I was one of the ones excluded. My family was excluded. A lot of my friends were excluded. When you don't know what it's like to be excluded, you might look at it with disdain. But to be excluded from community and from society is actually quite a thing that lasts in the memory for a long time. And I won't forget, and nor will I forgive. So when there might be conversations that we might see a return to this in the future, I will have 10 times as much power to me to fight it, to object to it, to not allow it to come to the front. That's the point. We were an excluded class of people simply because we made a free choice. I want this council to be seen as welcoming, inclusive, that we don't make people feel like they have to do certain things. If you want to sanitize your hands, we're not saying don't. We can have the stuff there, but don't make people feel like that's a requirement to come in. And that is certainly something that is felt by people now. It would be a shame to not support this motion. It has no cost. It has only benefit, psychological benefit to the wider community, those people that we all forgot during the COVID times when those who had the magical potion were allowed to go shopping and those who didn't have the magical potion weren't. It looks funny now in hindsight, but I can tell you it wasn't funny at the time. There was a conversation about banning the unvaccinated from food shops and supermarkets. Let's not forget that. That's where we went. It's a dark chapter. I'm using up my 5 minutes to put it on record, my protest against COVID. I know I stand in this council as an unvaccinated councillor, proudly and somewhat cleverly.
Always been smart.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. I would like you to all simply support this motion. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's about the people in our community that.
Councillor Thaler. Let's put the motion. All those in favour of the motion on the board. Councillor Elliott, Councillor Rose, Councillor Williamson, Councillor Thaler. Those against, Councillor Summers, Councillor Higgins, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Davis, Councillor Hopkins. The motion is lost. Councillors, moving on to item 11.5. We can go to 6. I'm rushing. The motion is to inspect and provide a report in relation to 32 Wall Street, Niminabel. Councillor.
I have a procedural question.
Yes, Councillor Davis.
In regard to this motion. Councillor Thaler, I understand you have an AVO against this the resident of this property?
Councillor Thady, you can answer this if you choose.
I do, and I struggle to see the relevance. It's basically a matter of.
I have a procedural question in regard to if there is an issue like that, does it actually affect the pecuniary interest in regard to this situation?
That's something I'm not sure. I'll just answer one question at a time. We'll get an answer to one question at a time.
I'd just like to clarify the question because I actually understood that the AVO was taken out by the police. Is that correct?
I'm just asking the question.
Councillor Thaler, excuse me. Excuse me.
Excuse you, I'm interested in.
Should we do one question at a time?
Councillor Davis asked Councillor Thaler whether he had an AVO against the person. He does not.
Well, Councillor Thaler said he did.
I'm just clarifying.
So,
Councillor, the police have taken an AVO out
But I'm
against the person.
okay. So just, all we can do is listen to the answer that Councillor Thaler gave. That can be corrected, but we'll listen to Councillor Thaler's answer.
Chair, before we go much further, I will clarify. Both my wife and I had AVOs in place for 4 years, and when they lapsed, the behaviour returned. The police saw fit to organise an AVO to protect me. By extension, that protection also includes my wife and my children. So the AVO, whilst it was applied for by police, it then names me as the PINOP, the person in need of protection. That's the acronym. So it's an AVO that benefits me, my wife, my family. It's against Mark Chippendale and effectively his family. So whilst it can be considered a police AVO, it is now an AVO that belongs to me.
Thank you, Councillor Thaler. It was actually a procedural question, but given the information that you've given, I note that you mentioned earlier today that your interest was non-pecuniary and non-significant, and there's no reason to consider that that needs to be changed.
That is correct.
Councillor Davis, does that answer your question?
Noted.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for the motion?
Sure.
Councillor Williamson, seconded. Councillor Thady, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Go, Bob.
No, I'd just like to, I think we should get a bit of clarification on this, whether this should, a motion like this should be brought by a councillor against another person. I've got grave concerns over this, is whether this is the appropriate way of handling this situation, because he's a councillor to come into, and I just want, if we can get some clarification on this matter. And I'm not going to go as Councillor Thaler, but it seems a very strange position for me to be handling, to be voting on a thing that's a personal matter between two people to be brought to council. That's what I'm just.
Personal matter you're referring to.
Well, this is against the compliance of a property, a neighbour property. I think that I don't know whether it should be into a notice of motion. Well, that's only my opinion, Councillor.
Councillors, please.
I have got concerns about it.
Yeah.
I'd like to get some clarification. I know it's been a later, but it's still worrying. I'm not. It doesn't seem to fit very well with me.
Thanks. Thank you, CEO. I might take your advice. We have clarified the interest is non-pecuniary and non-significant. Do you have any advice, or should we proceed with debating the motion?
But through you, Madam Chair, it's absolutely up to any councillor to make that declaration as to whether it's a pecuniary interest, or if it's not a pecuniary interest, whether it's a significant or less than significant interest that they're declaring. The councillor has made a declaration, and that's up to him to back that statement that he has made. In response to your comment, Councillor Stewart, as to the motion being on the agenda, it is my responsibility to ensure that any unlawful motions are not placed on the agenda. That's in the Code of Meeting Practice. If I'm of the opinion, if I've formed a view and I'm of the opinion that the motion is unlawful, then I can't place it on the agenda. And I'm required at a subsequent meeting to report instances of that happening. In me making that decision as to whether it's lawful or unlawful, if I've got evidence to support that there is a personal agenda in relation to any motion, then I can form that opinion that it's unlawful and I wouldn't place it on the agenda. Yeah. But if I don't have any evidence to support that contained within council's records, yeah, that I could use as evidence to justify my decision, then I've got no reason to prevent that motion appearing on the paper. Yeah. I say that as a general, comment. So without getting into the specifics of any circumstances here, the general comment I've provided there in relation to the procedure I'm required to follow, I have followed in relation to this motion.
Well, I appreciate that, but I'm going to withdraw from this report because I've got concerns about it. Just go outside and let you deal with it, because I've got concerns. It doesn't sit very well.
Question, Councillor Summers?
2 questions. If now the CEO is aware that there is an AVO in place, regardless of who and what it's against, but there's obviously personal interaction, does that change your perspective on legality or not? And if I was to move an amendment and replace the addresses with Councillor Thaler's non-compliance
Point of order.
his addresses, would that...
Point of order.
That's a question.
No, but
What's your point of order?
you can't make an argument that you want to transfer the responsibility of this upon
What's
me.
your point of order?
Point of order is that it's seeking to interrupt the debate
There is
and
no debate.
introducing a completely
It's a
ludicrous...
question. Overruled. It's just a question. CEO, can you answer?
The supposition of changing the motion to a different address
I-
would not be lawful.
It's a question.
You can't do
You
that.
I presume that will come out in the answer.
Question.
Before we argue about the absurdity of the question, can we maybe hear the answer?
Through you, Madam Chair, now that once I have made that decision that I have no authority or I can't stop that being on the business paper, that I didn't have anything that concluded it was unlawful, it's on the business paper, I can't withdraw it. I can't withdraw the paper now. I can't now declare that as unlawful and enact that it's no longer on the business paper. We're just looking up to see if the chair now has that ability. In 10.6 of the Code of...
Can I just add...
1 moment. No, please, let's just...
You're conspiring to defeat a motion. There was no AVO in place when I put this motion to the paper. The fact that it's been deferred over time, that is a matter that has occurred subsequent. There was no AVO when I put this in place. It actually has no bearing upon this at all.
Which is what I said, that I had nothing in council's records that would prevent me from putting this on the paper. But 10.6 of the Code of Meeting Practice, the chairperson's duty with respect to motion says the chairperson must rule out of order any motion or amendment to a motion that is unlawful or the implementation of which would be unlawful. So I can't do anything about this now, but if you form the view now, Madam Chair, that you believe that this is now unlawful, then that's a matter for you to determine, not me.
Thank you, CEO.
Seek to be heard.
Based on the information that has been provided and the procedural question has been asked, and Councillor Saylor, you yourself have confirmed that currently an AVO does exist between yourself and the occupants of 32 Wall Street.
Yes. Could I just add that I can also refer to 10.7. So before ruling out of order a motion or an amendment to a motion under clause 10.6, the chairperson is to give the mover an opportunity to clarify or amend the motion or amendment. So
thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you. So there is, as it has been made clear that there is an AVO. You yourself have clarified that. The questions have been asked as to who has put the AVO out. It's not relevant. The fact exists that there is an AVO out between yourselves, your family and the occupants of 32 Wall Street. Would you like to amend the motion in any way, Councillor Thaler?
No, but I seek to be heard on that point. The fact that there is an ADO is completely immaterial. That is a document or an instruction that directs behaviour.
I'll let him speak before I rule.
This
Briefly.
This motion is to conduct a report into the non-compliance with respect to development consent. This is not about the people. This is about the property, the consent that applies to the property and what is being done on the property with respect to the consent, local planning schemes, planning rules and the like. I was prosecuted, please hear me, I was prosecuted by this council for non-compliance with 2 conditions of a development consent. I have gone through the correct processes over time in reporting this property to council of non-compliance with development consent. And in the chief executive response, council has no record of any compliance matters at the subject property. I'm happy to tender emails between myself and Michelle Rogers, which indicates the complaint received, Michelle Rogers' attendance to the property, non-compliance at the property, proposed directions upon the property, and I say clearly part of this is because nothing has since happened. Council is not engaged in any inspections or the like on the subject property despite said claims. I'll table these documents. These documents document the inspections. The issue is not between me and the owners of the property. The issue is between what has been done on the property, which stands against our fencing laws, our construction and shed standards, the structures and the locating of a 40-foot shipping container, a site shed that is actually inhabited and used as a dwelling, its proximity to a church and the Nimmitabille daycare. So the issue is to be separated between the personalities and that there is a property with significant non-compliance, and as a council and as a council law, am I to turn my eye away from non-compliance? Because that's really difficult when I spent over $150,000 fighting a prosecution.
I will be stopping you shortly, Councillor Thaler. So
Issue is one of equity. If this council sees fit to prosecute me and my wife and my family,
Councillor Thaler, thank you very much. Thank you very much. As you mentioned, this is indeed I am going to rule this motion as out of order, unlawful, because of the information that we now have, which was not available to the CEO at the time in relation to the personal relationship between yourself, your family, and the occupants of 32 Wolf Street. Now, it does appear to me that this is indeed an operational matter. If there is non-compliance of a DVA, this needs to be taken up with the staff.
So I rule.
And that can be done. There's no reason. I'm not going to argue with you.
No, I'm going to raise a motion of dissent.
Sure. Right. So your motion of dissent.
Before we do that, is it possible just to for Councillor Power to consider amendments? And
he's done that.
I have offered him the opportunity, and he rejected it. And so now I've ruled this as being an unlawful motion based on the information we have before us now. And I have requested that Councillor Thaler take this up as an operational matter. Now, we have a motion of dissent before us, and we do need to vote on that.
Which law is it breaching?
Unlawful.
Yeah.
That's the English.
10.6.
You must know, you've already ruled on it.
Yes, I have. I just have to.
Please.
If you're wanting me to quote it, I just need to make sure I've got it right.
Absolutely.
Please don't be argumentative.
Oh, cross, but please, go ahead. Because I've had complaints from other members on that street about this address. You have also lodged complaints with council. I can't be out of order then, can I?
The chairperson must rule out of order at 10.6. The chairperson must rule out of order any motion or amendments to a motion that is unlawful or the implementation of which would be unlawful.
Please explain
And
how
which
it
is
is
why I've
unlawful.
given.
How would it be unlawful?
Yep. This was, we're just looking for the report that went to the March meeting where there was a motion that I did exclude from the business paper for the February meeting. And I reported. Yeah, so it goes back to the code of conduct. that clause 5.28 of the Code of Conduct. You may have reason to deal with your council in your personal capacity, for example, as a ratepayer, recipient of a council service, or applicant for a development consent granted by council. You must not expect or request preferential treatment in relation to any matter in which you have a private interest because of your position. You must avoid any action that could lead to members of the public to believe you are seeking preferential treatment. Clause 6.15, you must not take advantage or seek to take advantage of your status or position with council or of functions you perform for council in order to obtain a private benefit for yourself or for any other person or body. Clause 9.10, all allegations of breaches of this code must be dealt with under the code. You must lodge a brief for the, I think the others are not relevant.
So I'm not hearing that it
You
is.
can't use it for your personal capacity.
Excuse me,
So, Councillor Thaler, you may speak for 5 minutes on your motion of dissent.
just before we do anything further, I'm finding problems in looking at the code of meeting practice and the ones that Councillor as the interim general manager has quoted. So I can't find those numbers, under 9.10.
It's
I was quoting from the Code of Conduct.
Conduct,
The
sorry.
code of conduct. Okay, so not the code of meeting practice.
That's code of conduct.
Code of Conduct.
Thank you.
Councillor Thaler, 5 minutes.
It's quite interesting. The people that live at this house are friends with the people that are objecting to this. So where is the consideration that there are councillors seeking to use their position to support the ruling of a motion unlawful, forgetting to declare their personal friendship, which while might be a non-pecuniary interest, is a driving factor in breaching potentially 5.28 of the Code of Conduct. I obtain no personal benefit from this motion.
Point of order. Councillor Saylor is making assertions around the fact that there are friendships. I don't know of any friendships around the.
No, I must admit I'm a little bit confused
Yeah.
myself, but as names were not named, I thought I would allow it. Councillor, so I will actually overrule that one. Councillor Williamson.
Rise to speak. We can't continue the meeting just now.
Excuse me, please. Point of
There's
order.
no quorum.
Williamson.
We have lost quorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6. That's a quorum.
Point of order. We've now lost. So we've just had a walkout of council. Sorry, we actually have no meeting. Sorry, Councillor Weeks.
We don't.
We do not have quorum. The meeting must be stopped.
We do not. You're absolutely correct. We do not have a quorum at the moment. The meeting will adjourn for 10 minutes. We do need to 6 o'clock is our deadline.
No, we'll come back with
We
an
can
active
adjourn the
disorder.
meeting for 10 minutes
Madam Mayor.
to allow everybody to calm down and a possible quorum to be established.
Madam Mayor,
We are adjourned.
I
yes.
understand. I don't have it in front of me, but I recall reading in the Code of Meeting Practice that it is a breach of the Code of Meeting Practice to deliberately remove yourself from a vote,
It is.
which is what we've just witnessed.
There's no vote. There's no vote at the moment.
There is. It's an active disorder.
It's debate. It's debate.
It's a motion, active disorder, and they've just deprived quorum. That's actually an infringement of the.
It is a
Code of
breach of the
Meeting
Code of Meeting
Practice.
Practice.
Can you
You've
please
not
refer to the
deliberately-
section in the Code of
Sure,
Meeting
I'll
Practice?
find it. Send them all.
I reopen the meeting at 5:47
That's all
p.m.
right. Here, take-
Councillor
Thank you.
Taylor, you have, I know you had already started speaking, but in an act of generosity, I will allow you 5 minutes to speak on your motion of.
No, I raise an act of disorder against Councillor Ernie, Councillor Davis, Councillor Summers and Councillor Higgins. They have just done one of the most grave things that you can do in a meeting. They have infringed against the Code of Conduct, and it's at obligations in relations to meeting at 3.22. If you are a councillor, you must not engage.
Is this the message of dissent?
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. This is an act of disorder. Please press stop on your timer. I raise an act of disorder. The chair cannot gloss over what has just happened.
Point of order.
The chair adjourned the meeting and we have been in recess. It is my right to adjourn a meeting at any time. We had a 10-minute recess as we did not have a quorum, and we have now reconvened the meeting and picked up where we left off, which was your 5-minute right to speak to the motion of dissent.
Chair, you've just lied on camera.
Again.
You've just lied on camera. The councillors walked out. The council, no, please be quiet. I am raising an act of disorder, so stop interrupting. This is procedurally important.
You yourself have left and returned to the meeting on a number of occasions. And as you have spoken about earlier today, that happens. Councillors can leave the meeting by leaving the table and then returning to the meeting. The reason that I adjourned the meeting was because at some point, we had 6 councillors who had left the meeting and we did not have a quorum. We have since recommenced the meeting due to a quorum being present.
Councillor Hopkins, that is a complete mischaracterisation. The words uttered were, "I will not remain here for this." And they walked out. And I had to draw your attention to the fact that we'd run out of councillors to maintain quorum. It is an infraction again. This is an act of raising an act of disorder.
I'm going to overrule that because I have explained.
You haven't heard me fully. The Code of Conduct says at 3.22, if you are a councillor, you must not engage in any acts of disorder or other conduct that is intended to prevent the proper or effective functioning of the council or of a committee of the council. Without limiting this clause, you must not, A, leave a meeting
Councillor
of the council.
I will interrupt you there and allow councillors to read the Code of Conduct. If you believe there has been a breach,
I do.
You are requested or required or encouraged to report that breach through the normal channels, which I'm sure you are aware of. We do not debate codes of conduct here within the council meeting. What we are doing at the moment is listening to your argument against your motion of consent.
I'm raising an act of disorder because councillors walked out of this meeting, and therefore with an act of disorder I can proceed to ask that they be ejected from the meeting for their act of disorder. What they have done is one of the most grave things you can do in a committee meeting
Councillor Thaler, the act of disorder is a breach of the Code of Conduct. That can be reported upon. As I have just mentioned, I can ask the CEO to repeat the words in a different way if you like, but that is where we are now.
My reading of it is that we can also ask that the councillors be...
Councillor Thaler, would you like 4 minutes to speak to your motion of dissent against my ruling of an unlawful motion?
Well, let's clarify. So you are not listening to the act of disorder?
No, not at all, Councillor Thaler. Please don't misinterpret. I acknowledge what you're saying, and I'm saying if you believe that that is indeed a breach of the Code of Conduct, please make a report.
Please. We can talk about abuse.
Now, I'm starting the clock again. You've got 4 minutes 20.
5. So we'll take the 5 because the whole beginning of it was walked out. Councillors walked out to deprive the meeting of quorum.
Councillor Summers, please. Councillor Thaler, 4 minutes 10.
It's interesting. Your behaviour, Chair, is atrocious.
Thank you.
You are trying to re-describe what occurred. You were trying to gloss over it. You were trying to say you adjourned the meeting when you didn't. Councillors walked out. Their meeting was not allowed to continue.
I'm going to call it an act of disorder. You are misrepresenting the chair and not respecting the chair's role.
Of course I'm not
That is an
respecting
act of disorder.
Councillor Dare saying encourage you also to lodge a code of conduct. Councillor Thaler, would you like to speak to the, what we are talking about is my ruling as chair of the unlawful motion.
Yes.
And you have expressed dissent.
So I'm expressing dissent against your ruling. I'm criticising your ruling. You ruled the motion would be unlawful. You've not provided any evidence as to how. To hold on to this idea that there's an AVO. The AVO did not exist when I lodged this. It is not about the people, it is about the property. The owners could change tomorrow and the illegal structures remain. There are a multitude of illegal structures, and whilst council says there is no evidence of any complaint or no evidence of any inspections, I have documents that I can table and read. Thank you, Andrew. I will have a look at the properties mentioned, most likely tomorrow afternoon. I will also look at the laneway while I'm there. Many thanks, Michelle Rogers, Coordinator, Public Health and Environment, 15th of March 2021. So the council doesn't have these records, and yet I do. Dear Mr. Thaler, thank you for your email regarding the concerns you have with some of the premises in Nimminaville. As discussed, I have undertaken assessments of the properties. I have undertaken assessments of the properties mentioned. 19th of March 2021. Whilst this may be procedural and whilst the staff may say, let's come and have a talk about it, the issue is there is an inexcusable reason as to why the executive has said, I don't have any records, and yet I do.
They could be false.
Councillor Summers is not allowed to make that contention. Further, I can provide photographs of aerial photographs of the subject property indicating the extent of the development. And I got this off a property website because the property next door has been sold. So there are new owners moving into 30 Wolf Street that are moving in next to this. There are vermin issues, there are noise issues, there's a car mechanics going on in there. We're next to a preschool and a church. I don't actually care who's in there. It is about the property and the other properties that were complained of at the time. The reason why this is appropriate and this is not unlawful is because it is to deal with the consent and the activities that are occurring. Personalities I had left out. You'll note that I didn't name them. I didn't mention anything beyond the occupants have erected uncontrolled structures of 40-foot shipping container. I have described it accurately.
You did name them.
You named it earlier.
Yeah.
And
When
you
I was
also
questioned.
a Junior staff member in your.
Yes.
Which I'm entitled to because I proposed to table the documents.
You wrote the email.
Because she wrote this.
5 seconds, Councillor Thaler.
So the motion is not unlawful. The CEO,
Councillor Williamson, please. Only
the
one
CEO
second.
reviewed this motion and he didn't rule it unlawful. Some councillors here want it to be unlawful, but that doesn't make it unlawful. The point is, it was not unlawful until somebody said, oh, there might be an AVO. The AVO doesn't suddenly make a motion unlawful. The point is, Chair, you have erred, you are incorrect, you have not grounded yourself on a factual basis as to how this motion breaks the law. You must separate the AVO from the planning. This is to do with planning, compliance, structures, fire safety, noise, and vermin control. These are the core and relevant issues.
Thank you, Councillor.
Ask that you
With
consider
that,
my
I put the
motion.
motion of dissent. All those in favour of the dissent? Councillor Rose, Councillor Williamson, Councillor Thaler. All those against? Councillor Summers, Councillor Higgins, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Rooney, Councillor Davis, Councillor Hopkins. The motion is lost. Motion 11.5. Yeah. Thank you. So that brings us to just short of 6 o'clock, which is our time limit for this meeting. Close. Are you suggesting that? What would you like to do?
I'm moving, we adjourn the meeting.
Close the meeting.
Close the
Close it. Okay.
Close the meeting.
and refer the matters to the main meeting.
So all items from 11.6 onwards will be referred to the May meeting.
What about the May 1st meeting? Because the May meeting is going to have...
It's that you can't add any items to an extraordinary meeting at this stage. So it will go to the ordinary meeting in May. And with that, I close the meeting at 5:57 p.m. Thank you, councillors, and I wish you all a very happy